students, I would request you all to please rise up for the national anthem.
Please rise for the national anthem.
कृपया राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Before we begin, I would just mention 3 rules for all of you. Please avoid photography here, especially in the restricted areas. Second, be careful with the food items. And finally, with phone usage. So the HCLTech Grant Pan-India Symposium is a unique initiative by the HCL Foundation in collaboration with CSR Box and academia to bring together NGOs, experts, government, corporates, and policy makers on the same platform across India, so they can interact and develop regional as well as sectoral understanding of CSR and deliberate on how it can contribute to the larger goal of nation building. I would also like to take this opportunity to give a special mention and gratitude to our academic partner, Indian Institute of Science, and Dr. G. Mukesh from Department of Inorganic and Physical Chemistry and his fantastic team for helping us organize this. Started in 2015, the HCLTech grant is a corporate social responsibility commitment by HCLTech through HCL Foundation in India to strengthen and empower NGOs to engage with them, as well as recognize them for their path-breaking work. The grant is designed to support breakthrough award-winning projects of NGOs that have a proven track record of evident impact, high credibility, and distinct ability to deliver results. NGOs that reach out to marginalized and underdeveloped rural communities in India and have jointly worked to achieve sustainable socio-economic development in the country. This year, we have a significant evolution of HCLTech grant, the flagship program which aims to achieve sustainable rural development by supporting NGOs that are doing path-breaking work anywhere in India. Effective this year, the HCLTech grant will empower more NGOs with increased funding and extended project timelines. So what's new in edition 11? 4 categories: water, biodiversity, health, and education. 5 crore each to one winning NGO per category for 4 years. 50 lakhs to 8 runner-ups for 2 years. Total fund commitment, 24 crores. Till edition 10, the HCLTech grant awarded the winning NGOs in each of the categories of environment, health, and education, a grant of 5 crore for a 4-year project period. The 2 other runner-ups in each category received a grant of 25 lakh for a year-long project. With the launch of HCLTech Grant Edition 11, winning NGOs in each of the categories of water, biodiversity, health, education will be awarded a grant of 5 crore each for a 4-year project. Additionally, 8 runner-up NGOs will receive 50 lakhs for a 2-year project period, which is mutually agreed with HCL Foundation after the final jury meet. This significant increase in funding and project duration brings a total committed fund for the HCLTech grant to 24 crore. The strategic shift underscores HCL Foundation's dedication to enable deeper and more sustainable impact on the ground. This evolution also signifies a deeper and long-term commitment from HCL Foundation towards its partner NGOs and impact that they can create in their respective fields. This shift towards water and biodiversity also reflects an alignment with increasing global focus on these critical environmental issues. Besides this, each year now work of top 40 shortlisted NGOs, 10 per category, their innovative rural development models and best practices are featured in the fifth estate, the HCLTech Grant Compendium. This is possibly the first ever sector-wide comprehensive compendium of highly credible NGOs highlighting their proposals submitted for HCLTech grant, striving towards the empowerment of rural India. Each one of these case studies are examples of best practices in areas of water, biodiversity, health, and education, with evidence of meaningful transformation in the rural areas of this nation. Many projects which started as an idea are now embedded in the government systems. We have impacted over 2.2 million lives, reaching over 60,899 villages across 168 districts in 22 states and 3 union territories of India. Today, HCLTech grant is a testament to the empowering transformative capacity of rural India and empowering of NGOs. I'm happy to share with you all that since 2017, HCLTech grant has hosted 60 in-person symposiums covering the length and breadth of the country and 22 e-symposiums during the pandemic, witnessing participation of over 34,000 NGOs and thousands of people were associated with it. This year too, we have the opportunity to meet and host non-profits in and around multiple locations across India: Ahmedabad, Jodhpur, Sikkim, Bangalore, Ranchi, Pune, Bhopal, and Delhi. I will now hand over the mic to Rimisha for further details of the event. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Now I would like to begin the day, I would like to invite Dr. Chetna to set the context for the day and for the welcome address. Dr. Chetna is the technical lead of health at HCL Foundation. Can we have Dr. Chetna on the dais?
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿವನ್. ಶುಭ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ. ಇಂದು HCL ಗ್ರಾಂಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. On behalf of HCL Foundation, it's my immense pleasure to welcome you all for the HCL Grant Edition 11, the Pan India Symposium 2025, which is CSR for Nation Building, which is hosted in this beautiful garden city, Rama, Bangalore. This event serves as a remarkable confluence of thought leaders, corporate champions, NGO representatives, and policymakers, all united by a shared commitment to leveraging CSR, the corporate social responsibility, as a powerful tool for nation building and sustainable development. This symposium marks a significant milestone in advancing collective action towards achieving the sustainable development goals. Our agenda is very ambitious and thoughtfully crafted to improve meaningful dialogue, empower partnerships, and drive actionable outcomes through a series of insightful sessions that we will be having today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Nidhi Pundir, Senior Vice President, Global CSR and HCLTech Director, HCL Foundation. She'll be joining us shortly. She'll be speaking later about the field to strategy with her insights about the topic. I also welcome Mr. Ganga Reddy, the Associate Vice President, HCLTech. He'll be sharing his experience today with the gathering. Along with this, we are trying to explain and make the people understand about the CSR mandate with Rohit Bahadur from Grant Thornton. He'll be explaining about the mandatory act related issues. Then we also have an experience sharing session which will be handled by Mr. Robin Thomas, and we will have dignitaries like Avni Kumar Rama, who is a senior advisor and subject matter expert from HCL Foundation, Ms. Sunaina Chhatrapati from CEO Makkala Jagrati, and Jyoti Tagarajan from Mekshala. So these people will be giving their experience and you will get to learn more about it. I also welcome Prijo and Joshua, who will be telling a little more about the HCL Foundation and will make you understand about the projects better. I also extend my welcome to Robin Thomas, Grant, and Rimisha, Dr. Nilanjana, Anuj from the Grant team, Ishita from the Comms team, Dr. Smita from the CSR box, Ravina, and last but not least, I also welcome Bhumik Shah, the founder of CSR Box, who will be delivering a masterclass today, which will be very useful for you people. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, NGOs, corporate representatives, and thought leaders who have contributed to making this event a reality. Let us seize this opportunity to innovate, collaborate, and strengthen the bridge between corporate ambition and community aspiration. Together, we hold the power to craft a sustainable future, build resilient communities, and uplift our nation. Let us together take bold steps towards a brighter, more inclusive future, leveraging CSR as a catalyst for nation building. I wish you all an enriching and impactful symposium. ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗೋದು ಕೆಲವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ, ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಮುಗಿಯೋದು ಕೆಲವು ಅನುಭವಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ. I hope today's event gives you that experience and adds value. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chetna, for setting the context for the day. Now, next to proceed forward, but before we proceed forward, I would just like to bring your attention to the fact that we are live streaming the entire event, not just this at the Bangalore location, but across the locations that we are hosting the symposiums on YouTube. Can we just have this QR code for the scanning of to lead towards the YouTube link, so that you can share across the network, so that the people who have not come here can also watch the live streaming. Okay. And also, if you are putting the social media updates of the event on any social media platform, be it X, Instagram or anything, the hashtags are HCLTech Grant 2025, or you can use hashtag HCLTech Grant Symposium. So for any social media update that you would be putting for the event of the day, you can use these hashtags for the better spread of the word. Now, next, I would like to invite Dr. Ganga Reddy, Associate Vice President, HCLTech, to set the context and the keynote address. Can we have Dr. Ganga Reddy on the dais?
Shubhodaya. Good morning. So it is my proud privilege to participate in such an event, which is much more meaningful. On a daily basis, we do participate in many events, both locally as well as internationally. But nothing gives satisfaction like participating in such a meaningful events. I'll connect why it is personally connected to me, especially this event. I've been associated with HCLTech Foundation for almost 16 years now. They have pulled me into various places in Karnataka, especially related to education, and then empowerment of underprivileged youths, right? And then training them and deploying them into useful employment at various parts. One event which always remains close with me is we participated along with Joshua and somewhere in KR all married women from underprivileged background and without education, they were being abused by the husbands, in-laws. They didn't know what to do, right? And then there was an event which we conducted for more than a month to train them. And then with the partners like you, with the help of partners like you, we could able to deploy them into many of the useful jobs, especially housekeeping in corporates, those kind of things, which are very safe jobs. That is my journey with the HCL Foundation. And then before I go into this event, I wanted to, since I made my career out of this company, I need to dwell little more details about my company which I represent, right? HCL Technologies. HCLTech started in 1976, 13th August. Probably in 1 year we'll complete 50 years. That is Golden Jubilee, right? By Mr. Shiv Nadar. He himself being an electrical and electronics engineer from the down south, where in Tamil Nadu, Thuthukudi district. And then with a humble background in a garage in Noida, he started during 1976. That means that when whole world was closed to India for computers, because at that time there was a sanction because of our nuclear testing in Pokhran. During that time, that was the era where computers were making inroads into every R&D centers, wherein India was deprived of that. During that time, one young gentleman who stood up and then he said, I will make computers for this company, this country. That is how we started our journey in India in terms of hardware. We were never a software company. And later, subsequently, we transformed ourselves because our founder chairman is known as a Megas. Megas means he's a wizard in technical word. So he could able to transform this company into one of the largest Indian IT giant and also internationally known. And whether you know it or not, we take a lot of pride in saying our founder chairman is the most generous philanthropist in this country. Last year, FY 2024, per day, almost close to 6 crores was his contribution to the philanthropy. Right from all the 4 sectors, what Chetana and rest of the they said, education, healthcare, biodiversity and water. Across all these 4 areas, almost these grants are his generous contributions were used. So HCLTech, as of now, we are more than 2,20,000 employees. Our corporate office is based out of Noida. We are present in close to 60 countries with 161 nationalities. Somebody was telling that we do take a lot of pride in terms of inclusive growth. Wherever we go, we take the different nationalities and we grow along with them. And then anybody do business, successful business, what is much more important is, are we keeping our ecosystem around happy? That is what the sustainable growth it is. So that is where our HCL Foundation is doing a great job in terms of, along with we growing, our tagline of the company is HCLTech Supercharging Progress. What does Supercharging Progress means? It is for our customers, the employees, that is people, the planet, and then the community. Our commitment is to keep whole of these 4 tenets, giving the supercharging progress. In that melee, each one of us, we contribute toward the CSR funds, right? There is a power of one, which started in 2009. I believe it continues to till date. At least 80% of our employees, they contribute towards that. That is being used to such a meaningful work. Nothing gives much more satisfaction than that. I said in the beginning, I takes a lot of pride in coming and then standing in this podium representing HCLTech. Reason being, I come from a background which is almost 100 kilometers from here, border place to Karnataka, which was always troubled with fluoride content, right? Our teeth used to be yellow, seen, right? In school, if you go, most of 70 to 80% of the kids will have the yellow teeth. We were wondering how come 50 kilometers away from here, they had a white teeth, and compared to us, we all had yellow teeth, right? And then fluoride was one of the major problem. Our groundwater level was going down. I was from Kola district, right? Just 100 kilometers from here. We were one of the best farming community there, though water was very less. So when I was in high school, it was around 350 feet. Professor Damodaran, I was just discussing, probably you brought him as an adjunct faculty in IIM. No, he has a much more background to it. Probably is the apt person to address this gathering today in the panel discussion. His work in groundwater and then the potent water or else wastewater management, though being an economist, I was amazed. Sir, I'm looking forward to listen to that. I know I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes why it is so important to me. So when I came from that background, and then when I saw my company is, promoting for the safer ways of living through corporate social responsibility and then our HCL Foundation towards the water and biodiversity. So I could able to connect, right? So we were from that background where from 350 feet groundwater level, now if you go to any Kolar district, it was almost beyond 1,000 feet if you dig a ground bore well. I mean, everybody are not, afford to put tube wells and then take water out of it and then do farming. Of course, now because of all this water cleaning and then they are, KC Valley water is going. But we have our own doubts because there are chemicals involved in it. When it goes, whether the water is potent enough to drink. And when I saw the theme of today's symposium, water and biodiversity, I'm sure that each one of you will be working towards the safe, potent water, right? And then which is very safe to consume and then use for further use to the community. So that is where I felt it is very important for me to come here and then be with you all and then understand how you are impacting the society in a positive manner. I'm sure that along with the government, NGOs are playing a very, very important role by taking different funds available to you, making this country more resilient, and then having a happy, environment all across for all the society as well as the environment. I wish this symposium a grand success, and I look forward for the very engaging panel discussion because the eminent personality like Professor Damodaran and the kind of work, though he is from the civil services background, and then I was amazed, I asked from civil services, government to professor and then economist and then environmentalist, how come? He said his father was a water resources engineer. From there he picked up that passion. And then, sir, we are truly humble or great to have you here. And I personally look forward to listen to your talk. Thank you. I wish you a grand success for this symposium. Thank you very much.
Sir, I would request you to please stay on the dais and request Dr. Usha Manjunath to please felicitate him. We would now like to request our distinguished dignitaries to please join us for the lamp lighting ceremony.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Now, after this auspicious beginning to the program, I would like to invite Mr. Prajot Haro, Associate General Manager at HCL Foundation, and Mr. Joshua Livingston, Senior Manager at HCL Foundation, to give a brief overview of the HCL Foundation and to bring across all of you what HCL Foundation is and what it aims to do. Can we have Mr. Prajot Haro and Mr. Joshua Livingston on the dais?
Good morning, everyone. A very dull good morning after the lamp lighting morning breakfast also. We can be a little more energetic here. Yeah. So a lot of, insightful sessions because you must have heard the welcome address about all the sessions which is going to be taken up. So let us have complete attention towards this stage. And we're really happy to be here at IIC from HCL Foundation. It's really, we feel privileged to share this stage in IIC and presenting about HCL Foundation work. So I would like to introduce my colleague, Joshua also. He is heading our Bangalore CSR functions. We're based out of Jigni, and we have our entire Bangalore team here, which in the later part of the presentations we will introduce the team as well. And myself, Prajo, from HCL Foundation, I handle the southern operations. So I would like to give a small gist about HCL Foundation's work, please. Yep, so how many of you have seen HCL Foundation website out of this audience? Wonderful. So you have seen this information already? Yeah, see, only one person told you have seen this information, 2, 3. Very good. So that's nice to hear that many people have already seen Foundation's website and understood the work little bit. But I would like to take you through primary, what is our vision, mission, and how we are proceeding. So at the core, we are from a HCLTech company. In our DNA, like it is always, it is just not about how we operate, but it also how we think, right? And to run a technology company, we need a source code which should be very efficient, and the same is also captured in our vision for a sustainable socio-economic and environmental development. And to move on to the mission, that it is not only about people, it is also about planets, right? It is not about empowering people. Also, now in HCL grant, you must be seeing there's weightage which is given for water as a category as well, which they'll be explaining you more how it is going to look like in the future. And also we work across all the 17 sustainable development goals, which is part of our strategy. The video? Yeah, please. It's a small overview video about HCL Foundation. Then we just move.
HCL Foundation was established in 2011 to bring positive impact in the lives of underserved communities in urban and rural India. HCL Foundation works in the areas of education, health and hygiene, water, sanitation, early childhood care and development, livelihood, environment, and disaster risk reduction. To bring its vision to life, HCL Foundation has brought like-minded stakeholders together. Today, government authorities, corporations, civil society organizations, NGO partners, and HCLTech volunteers collaborate under one umbrella in a robust convergence model to achieve our common goal.
HCL Foundation is a story of scale and depth. Over last 10 years, while we scaled immensely across the country, more than 20 states, we also took our programs to a very different depth. HCL Foundation has highly qualified professionals as its team members who represent the development sector. They come on board and they showcase what passion means. Results of our work on water, results of our work on afforestation, they're all stories within themselves from where we can learn and we can scale them up.
HCL Foundation has transformed millions of lives through its flagship programs like Samudai, Uday, Harit, My Clean City and HCLTech Grant, and special initiatives like Power of One, HCL Foundation Academy, My eHeart, and Sports for Change. This partnership journey that began with just 25 members today is a proud family of more than 200 partners.
Now, the CSR agenda of HCLTech is also spreading its wings globally. We are starting heavily in Americas, we are taking shape in Europe as well as APAC region. There are miles to go and we have a lot of work to be done before we call it success.
So in a nutshell, we've been able to see HCL Foundation's work. Just as I was just stressing upon people and planet, this is a small dashboard which we would like to show about HCL Foundation's work. So currently we are present over 20 states, 3 union territories and 103 districts of India. We also have presence in 9 aspirational districts. And when it comes to people, it is 7.5 million plus people, lives impacted. I will not really say people, it's lives impacted. And 54%, you can see the gender ratio also 54% inclusion with women and 46% with men. And 15,000 plus persons with disabilities reached, which also includes 35% of female. And 145,000 plus people linked with social security schemes. This is one of the important factors which we are year on year trying to increase those numbers, the linkage with social security schemes. And 73,000 plus acres of land greened and brought under community engagement. This is our active work which we do under Harit. And 3.2 million plus saplings also planted as on date. 107 billion plus liters of water harvested. 122,700 plus animals treated and protected. So this is a small dashboard and you can see the map. We are all over the country and there is a lot of flagship programs which is briefed already in the overview video. This is captured as part of this map. Yeah, I would like to invite Joshua to present the last part of this presentation, please.
Thank you, Prajo. So as a part of HCL Foundation, we have a strategic framework, every place is, whether it's urban place or in a rural setup, we have a annual action plan every year, which we used to submit to the ministry also. So rural programs, predominantly we work with Samudai and HCL grant, where we have been working in all the rural places across India. And urban programs, we have 11 cities, which we work on the Uday program, and My Clean City is predominantly implemented in Noida location. And Harit is our environment project program. We have been working across India in different flagship programs under Harat. And there are certain special initiatives which I just wanted to highlight. So we have Sports for Change, Power of One, My eHeart and Academy. And one important thing, since Bangalore, we have more than 10,000 employees working here in HCLTech. So we have a strong base of volunteering engagement. So when HCL was started in 2010, even before the CSR law came into picture, we have our employees coming and doing social service in the communities through this campaign called Power of One, where employees contribute 1 rupee and give 1 hour of volunteerism time in a month. So close to 6,000 employees have been actively volunteering, and today also you've been seeing around, we have close to 20 volunteers are here who are HCL techies who have been assisting us in the entire HCL grant program. So that's the Power of One we just wanted to highlight. And we have a thematic focus. So we follow this approach called integrated community development approach, starting from the ECCD, which is the early child care program. We have education, health, water, hygiene and sanitation, skill development, environment, and disaster risk response, and gender inclusion, which is cross-cutting across all our programs. So in a nutshell, we cover the overall well-being of both people and the planet in different strategies. So this is about our program in HCL Foundation. Thank you. And there are a couple of awards you can see here. We have a lot of awards. The team has shared a couple of awards, where different departments have appreciated our work for implementing in different communities. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. It's always been a privilege to represent HCL Foundation in this forum. Looking forward to an exciting day with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Priju and Joshua, for bringing across what HCL Foundation does and how it's a step every day that we take towards supercharging progress, not just at HCLTech, but across the community. So before we move ahead, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that on the right-hand side of your wrist, the armrest, there you can twist it towards the right and you'll find a table to write all the notes. So this is also an evidence of the fact that how accessible the campus is. So moving on towards the next session, which is Let's Talk from Field to Strategy. For the same, I would like to invite Dr. Nidhi Pundir, Senior Vice President, Global CSR, HCLTech, and a Director, HCL Foundation. Can we have Dr. Nidhi Pundir on the stage?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would, first of all, I think it's again a privilege to be in this prestigious campus of IISc. I think we have been here before, but for a very different purpose. That was when we celebrated Abul Kalam ji. Each year we do this Young Science Fest, which my team hosts, and that was the reason we were here. So let me first of all express sincere gratitude on behalf of entire HCL family, again to IISc, for hosting us. We can have a big round of applause for celebrating this place, and it's beautiful to be here. I think the brief given to me, I really need to know how much time I have, so that 10 minutes? Sorry, 20? Okay, 10 to 20. I think many of you have been attending these symposiums quite regularly with us, and I'm sure you're looking for some new content. You're also looking for more information. And we do these symposiums religiously each year. We travel from state to state. We go to several districts. I think this is the third or fourth one in the series, if I'm not mistaken. We've already done Jodhpur, covering Rajasthan. We have done Gujarat. We were in Ahmedabad. We've done Northeast. We went to Gangtok, and here we are in southern part of the country. This is another, I would say, initiative, or let's say very unique forum, I haven't seen that exists in the funding space per se, or in the development space per se. In fact, in Jodhpur, a couple of the NGOs with whom I have worked when I was a field officer with Save the Children, that was around almost 25 years ago. Many of the NGOs with whom I worked, they said that after many years, such a forum is getting revived, where a lot of non-government organizations are meeting each other in a district or each other in a place on a common forum. And I can see many heads nodding. So while we completely, understand you are here to understand, know more about HCL Grant, and you know more about HCL Foundation and our CSR of HCLTech, I really encourage you to please connect with each other, because you yourself are a great network, you yourself are a great strength in this particular region, and there is a higher need for non-government let's call ourselves not-for-profit organizations or social purpose organizations or voluntary organizations. I think that word is going away increasingly. It's gone, I think. Maybe Rohit can correct me. I think it's gone. We are no longer using NGO as a word. We are using social purpose organizations or voluntary organizations in India as well. So one purpose behind these symposiums is also to have you all connected with each other, to understand the nuances and encourage more and more intersectoral and local conversation around the issues which you are interested in working. Because we have seen increasingly a kind of a silo tendency, and that reflects at times in the proposals. And I'm really being very direct in my talk, because a lot of questions many of you have. Last year, HCLTech grant had 16,000 registrations. I mean, that's quite a bit. And we can clap. I think some people want to do that. And that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort. And we are completely, we acknowledge that effort. We respect that effort. And there is a big process behind ensuring that by the time we reach the first 3, and this time going to be first 4 in respective categories, me and my team and the board at HCLTech, it's ensured that there is no stone left unturned before we reach that particular result, so as to say. But for us, that's not the result. It's not those, 5 crore and 50 lakh grants which are made. It is this where we are standing today. It is the interaction. It is the kind of vibrancy that gets generated. It is the newness that comes in resolving these issues. Believe you me, by the end of the day, when you will walk out of ISC today, you would go with several new ideas. You would have met at least 10 new people whom you may not have ever come across. You would have possibly, kind of maybe found somebody to work on your idea in a very concrete way. That's the result for us. It's not easy. Several times when we come together, we question ourselves. Again, we are starting these 10 symposiums. It's definitely not easy. NGO Box team is here. I don't think they have had a breather ever since we got onto the journeys. And there's a lot of preparation that goes in getting these events to order. We can always do an online call. We can always have, I think it's 11th year of HCLTech grant. I remember the first symposium when we did in Bangalore 10 years ago. It was similar enthusiasm. It was similar hall full of people trying to know about that, what exactly corporate social responsibility is, what the law says, talks about it, what are the nuances. I really haven't come to a point with my team where I say that let's stop doing this, because the ignorance about the CSR law is still there, ignorance around the reporting mechanisms is still there, ignorance about several technical aspects of the matter, how we approach this, and we have best of the technical experts in the room, and as the day unfolds, we will see through several conversations that we cannot stop such forums, we cannot afford to not invest in such forums. Rather, there is more need. Rather, there is, because the sector is shifting completely. The sector has changed for good or bad, but there are a lot of changes. So few things which I am going to focus, of course, I'm going to present to you some case studies from our own programs, but I really want to convey on behalf of HCLTech, CSR and HCL Foundation is that HCLTech grant is one particular program for which you must definitely register and apply. And the reason for that is that once you are in that network of people who is eager to show up, who are eager. See, it's a voluntary exercise. Let me be very clear about it. It's a voluntary exercise. But the moment you show up and you start participating, you also clearly show that you are transparent. You're very transparent and you really want to participate in a competitive process. It is a competitive process. There will be subject matter experts. Avniji is sitting right here. Rohit is sitting here from Grant Thornton. We'll have several, as we say, padavs. In this, padav is a Hindi word. It's like a, it's like a milestone. You will reach from one stage to another, from another. But even if you do not, for certain reason, cross a certain stage, for your own self, you would have crossed that stage. Because the moment you have registered, the moment you have uploaded your papers, you've actually checked your own governance, you've actually checked your idea. The moment you have written the concept note, what you have done is you've actually put words to your ideas, which is very critical, which is the first stage, which is where we actually, and then you are able to communicate your idea to the larger world. So the way the grant process, which has been tried and tested over 10 editions now, it's really the 11th edition which is going on. And this time when we were to launch the 11th edition, we went to the board. You will learn in the subsequent sessions that CSR is a highly compliance-heavy space. It's not a charity space at all. It has a lot of nuances around it. But this time, basis the appeal, basis the programs that we got from the field, basis the kind of impact that some of our programs have shown on the field and how we are documenting, we came up with a very clear proposal that let us split, and this I know I am taking liberty to say it, in Bangalore, which is the maximum Bengaluru, which has the maximum environment sensitive lobby, or rather forum of NGOs, is that let us split. When I say split, it doesn't mean like prima facie exactly the split, but from the point of view of recording impact better, why do not we have two categories, distinct categories, to be able to have water be measured separately and biodiversity be measured separately. Having said that, we are completely cognizant of the fact that you cannot separate the two. You should never separate the two. The moment you conserve water, there will be biodiversity impact. Rather, if you try and do biodiversity, definitely there'll be a water impact. And I'm saying that in front of Professor Da. I know I'm taking the liberty. But then, for us to be able to get the resources up to the grant, for us to be able to ensure that we are able to then, otherwise, a lot of proposals that we used to receive under environment category, 70% of them were agriculture proposals. They were proposals just to get the crop yield up through nature-based solutions, which is also good. That's not bad at all, but we really wanted a deeper level focus on the quantity and quality of water. In areas where quantity is still an issue, we just heard about fluoride, we just heard about, these are of course prevalent issues. In fact, I also come from a belt in Rajasthan where fluoride was a big issue, and many of us had these yellow teeth issues, and we would wonder why. But then quantity and quality both are critical. Water stress is critical, which needs attention, and we thought, let us also bring it in HCLTech grant. And what has happened as a result is that from a 16.5 crore commitment, which we used to do from our CSR funds each year, has gone up to 24 crores this year. So that the level of opportunity which has come up for NGOs, and I really want to make that very clear, because in order for us to evaluate this additional 10 crores, the back-end machinery is also gearing up. Our subject matter experts are adding up. Our, of course, the capacity within our own team to be able to address everything needs to be geared up and to be leveled up, and that is happening. So this is where we are now with water, biodiversity, health and education category, and it has taken us some effort from 16.5 to 24 within HCLTech grant. Now, a lot of you write to us. This is also a platform where we come out and we talk, because we often hear that NGOs find it very difficult to reach CSR funds. NGOs find it very difficult to be able to access the CSR teams and CSR heads. So we just presented ourselves to you. You had a session by Prajo and Josh. Prajo looks after South operations for the Uday program, which is our urban community development. Maybe my team should just show up so that I can introduce each one of you in this session if you are in the room. And Josh is looking after Bangalore chapter for you, so you can always reach out to him. Dr. Chetna looks after All India Health programs. Please reach out to her for anything that you need, and she will be the best guide for you for technical guidance. Robin looks after overall grant operations, so you may have several questions for him. I can see Sakshi sitting here. If you have anything to do with the Power of One, the larger volunteering engagement, and of course we have Ishita and Rimisha and everybody, please, show up, so that that's the team, and we can all clap for them, because it's their effort, but please reach out to them, and I head the CSR for HCLTech. Please be seated. So many of you actually find it very difficult to, even we also have Harit representation here. So please kind of, don't be hesitant in terms of writing or talking to us throughout the day. So in terms of flagship programs, as Prajo just explained, grant is one avenue. But the moment you are in a registered database, definitely other programs have access to you. Other corporates have access to you. Other, like-minded clients and customers who write to us, they also have access to you. And therefore, we always say that this is one forum. You must try and write your concept note. You must try and reach. So Uday is the urban community space. Harit is where we work on focused ways on environment in 10 states of India. Grant is where we can go anywhere in India. It would be a competition, as you are aware. So I just want to come back to the categories that we have introduced, where water is essential, as we all know, and everybody is focusing on it. But the concept note, of course, I'm not talking about health and education, which we have had sessions in past, and the kind of ROI which is expected. But should you be writing a water paper, then think about water credits. Think about how you're going to measure water credits, and very clear measurement matrix is there. If we move ahead in the slide, please. So for example, of course, these are the reasons which I need not talk about, the water stress and why this category we thought would be critical. Again, I want to make that very clear that education and health categories in grant remain. do not think we are taking any focus away from that. They do remain, but these are just additional categories where we are going to look at programs and proposals where water credit can be measured. Thank you. Can be measured clearly. There is definition available, and this time when you go to the portal, you may not see the definitions up front. I think you see the definitions after you have registered, so that you actually get into the understanding of the subject before you are putting the category, because at times you register yourselves in a category which could be wrong, and then you want to change it, etc. Those are technical things. You can ask Robin about it. But then you can see the broad definition that we have given, and it can be anything to do with water. But make sure it's coming from rural areas and not urban area. I think that is where you might challenge us that water is equally an urban issue. But in HCLTech grant proposal, we are looking for rural. But should you be interested in working on water in urban areas, contact our Harit team. You can talk to them. And Sujit, I mean, you can, there is a, I don't know, Dr. Basu is here, but then you can write to us, and there is another program under which we can definitely take up urban issues as well. Going ahead. Of course, we've done health and education, but again, universal access to health remains the focus of the health category. Let's keep going. Education, again, we are looking at HRD and not just the basic, reading, writing, arithmetic. I think we have a couple of winners also today presenting to you. And eligibility criteria, etc. we have done, but let me go to the impact case studies. For this will be all done today in subsequent sessions, and it's also a part of the portal. But I really want to show you certain examples where we have also been doing direct implementation. And when I say direct implementation and in-house design is where I really want to make that very clear that HCL Foundation does not just work through implementation organizations or NGOs. We also put our feet on ground. We also do our design. This is another program where we are working, which is known as Yamuna Initiative, where CEO of HCLTech, our CEO, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar, has signed up to be a part of the 100 River Basin Challenge, and where we have taken up Yamuna, which is a river in northern part of the Ganga Basin. And we have taken that up in terms of innovative solutions, first to prevent pollution in the river, looking at the tributaries, looking at the larger ecosystem services, looking at nature-based solutions. We are already working in that belt. We have been able to rejuvenate more than 150 water bodies. And if I were to count our own water impact today, we've already conserved 110 plus billion liters of water. So that's kind of, the kind of technology, the kind of techniques that we are using, the nature-based solutions that we are using. Why I'm making that statement on this stage is that when you will write your proposals, your indicators should be very, very clearly defined. Your indicators must be measurable. There should be a matrix. Now, some of you would ask us that we just have an idea, but we haven't done this in past. So in that case, in order for your proposal to get into the mainstream proposals, it would be good for you to study some of these models. You can always experiment under HCLTech grant. It's not that you have done the work and therefore only it can be a completely new project for you. But when you do so, please always study some of these models and have experts who can advise you. Or if you want to do something on your own, be very transparent about it, that this is the first time we are going to experiment and try, and then keep some funding and some time within your project time frame to be able to get to a stage from where you will call it a kickoff exercise. So 6 months should be your discovery phase. And otherwise what happens is that we receive proposals that within 3 years you would have done everything. That doesn't happen in practice. And HCL Foundation does a lot of this work directly. So it would be easy for us to actually handhold and support in certain cases. But in HCLTech grant, we are surely looking for ideas, proposals, projects which are above something that we are already doing. There should be an element of innovation, there should be an element of technology. Surely stakeholders should be mapped categorically, surely there should be some because at the end of the day, these are all, you cannot touch water just like that. This is under state. We should understand that. This is any water body that we are going to work with, any kind of, whatever we do, it is public resource. So it should not be something tampering with them without the permission of the state or without participation of the state, because that can be rather counterproductive. And that has happened in many places where people have gone and disturbed the natural balance. So all that would be studied. I mean, for example, yesterday we inaugurated an engagement center at Bannerghatta Zoo, where the entire structure is made out of lantana. So we have been trying to remove invasive species, and we are quite cautious that it's better not to do anything in environment space than doing something wrong. And that is very important, and that would be studied very carefully, both in biodiversity and water categories. Same goes with the education. I mean, at times in the name of education, in the name of having too many activities for children, we rather kill their free time and we take away their child rights and their general time to be free, and which is counterproductive. Similarly, in health, over-intervention can rather lead to deterioration of quality of life. So why I'm saying so is that these should be very thoughtful pieces of concept notes. Till registration, it's very easy. Go ahead, register, no one is stopping you. I think you must to be the part of database. Today they're going to run a registration help desk as well. They can help you with registrations. But the moment you start writing your concept note, be very, very cognizant of several factors. Take a deep breath, study carefully, and then do so. Another part which goes a little unnoticed, and I think which is a part of most of our impact stories and the return on investment calculation, is gender. I shouldn't be making making any comment, but I think I should. I see the second and the third rows, even in this room, only men. With no offense, we are becoming slowly from gender neutral. I'll answer questions in a while. To gender blind in this sector. We are regressing. And that is what we are seeing in terms of our data. We are seeing in terms of our observations. I asked this question, is it over? The time is up? Okay, just another minute and I'm close. So I asked this question very openly in one of the forums, and I was told because CSR is competitive, because CSR now needs more technical skills, and also I heard from somewhere that it has also become a better paid sector. But it's unfortunate that it is hitting, and it's a very harsh comment, but it is hitting the social purpose organizations also. So it's my appeal to the leaders here to please be extremely, extremely cautious about your board, constitution of your board, the constitution of your core management committee. There will be a gender lens applied to each application, categorically. There'll be people living with different abilities, lens applied. This is a part of our inclusion and diversity strategy. This is a part of way of life. That's how it should be. 27, 28 years ago, when I stepped into the sector, field travels, and we had to go back and explain to our family, where are you going? Why are you roaming around in the villages of Rajasthan? Or traveling extensively the world. I know there are a lot of barriers, there are a lot of comfort zones which one has to cross to be able to work. There were no washrooms, there were no facilities in the rural areas. There still aren't as many. Although now I'm very proud to travel across the country and see that there are toilets in each village of the country where we can access. But we've worked in those harsh conditions also, and we have, worked fairly well as women. So what is happening now? Why are women not coming out? Why are they not being given? We are actually regressing in many ways, and that's not a good thing. So please apply technical gender tools, study them from being totally gender blind to gender neutrality, to gender equality, and to gender mainstreaming is what we are talking about. It is all our grant partners which have been selected, or all the partners which work with Uday or Harit program. Harit is extremely forest heavy, and but we have so many young professionals, women who work with us, people with disabilities work, and that's what HCLTech is very, very serious about, inclusion. I'm just giving you hints so that your application doesn't lose the, I'm just giving you a lot of expectations that we and jury would have when you write. The other part which should not go compromised is participation of the communities with whom and for whom we are making this proposal. Even though you know everything, even though you have experience of working for so long, for the application that you write for HCLTech grant, make it bottom up. Make it fresh. Go to the villages that you are wanting to pitch for the grant. Physically go there. Spend minimum 3 or 4 nights. Our team spends minimum 2 nights when the field level due diligence. Is that so? 2 nights. जाके रहना है, बात करनी है, समझना है, डेस्क पे बैठ के प्रपोजल नहीं बनाना है, लिखना भी नहीं है. Please go there, please sit with them, understand the indigenous wisdom which is critical for success of any of these rural development initiatives, and capture that in your concept note. You can even capture quotes in the local language, in the vernacular language. Let's celebrate diversity of this country. Let's celebrate food of this country. Let's celebrate culture of this country. It's massive. So let me stop there. And thank you so much for being here, and amazing to see the excitement here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nidhi, for such an insightful session. And I think it was beautifully summed up, like the topics said, that from field to strategy. So as Dr. Nidhi has rightly pointed out, that please, before you make your proposal or for any purpose, go to the field, visit the field, understand the field, and then proceed towards the strategy. And then again, it's not a unidirectional process. It has to again go from the strategy towards the field. So now moving on towards the next session that we have, which is a session on the governance of NGOs. For the same, I would like to invite Mr. Rohit Bahadur, partner Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, which is also the governance partner for HCLTech grant and its process. Please give him a round of applause for Mr. Rohit Bahadur.
Hello. Good morning, everybody, and I'm so happy to be in Bangalore. Not many people know, but I went to school in Bangalore at Bishop Cotton's Bangalore. So I have very, very close memories to this city, and it was it was fantastic to get up to all the greenery and good air. So I know the agenda basically mentions CSR laws, etc. But I thought we'll talk a little bit about governance for NGOs. If there is, I will be talking about certain elements of the CSR law, which as NGOs you must do. And these are also very, very linked, to your application to the HCL grant. So I'll try and mix that up. But before I start with talking about, governance, I'd like to also upfront tell you that there is a lot of weightage to your proposal based on governance parameters, right? So the project, the impact that you're creating is extremely important, but it is also very important that the governance parameters in your organization are up to speed. And whenever the proposal is analyzed at the various stages, including at the jury stage, there is a 40% emphasis on how well you're governed and various aspects of it. So before I start, let me ask you, raise your hands, how many of you are representing NGOs which are 50 lakhs and below? Okay, so around 30%. How many of you are over 10 crores? So around 20%, right? So broadly speaking, while there is no categorization, I would say that 20-25% of you fall under the small category. A majority of you are in the mid category. And there are some of you, maybe 10% or so, which fall under sort of a large category. Let me ask you before I start again, what do you understand by governance? So if anybody can volunteer, otherwise I'll pick up one or two names, and I'd like to understand from you, this is a term which we use all the time, right? Sir. Is there a mic that can go there to sir? Or sir, if you can then just shout out loud. Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Sir. Administration of the NGO. Good practices of administration of the NGO. Wonderful, sir. Wonderful definition. Sir, you. So policies and procedures is something which you consider as a cornerstone of governance. Great. Yeah. Ma'am, can you give the mic to ma'am there?
So it is one is how compliant.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
How compliant you are from the industry parameter which you are working. Like we work for PWD. So what are the government regulations?
Guidelines, etc. Whether you have the similar policies in your organization,
yes. So
etc. to support that.
Basically, PWD is a very sensitive area. And are you following the act of PWD?
Understood.
Second thing is your audit, financial audit. That
Right.
should be very, very clear. So these are two, I think many people had added.
Great, great. So wonderful. I think all of you have given a very, very good perspective of the entire spectrum of what is really governance. So I'll just very quickly go to what governance is, right? So governance is how you and others lead, so leadership, how effective you and your organization are, who is responsible for what, which are the rules, policies and procedures, and also your relationship with various stakeholders. So all of this collectively is governance. So governance is a sum of a lot of things, and governance is applicable to all sizes of organizations, small, medium and large. And governance is an ever evolving process, right? And there will be elements of governance which you will keep adding as you grow. And there are different models of governance. There is no right or wrong. So I just wanted to emphasize that it is a very, very large and collective term which is there. And in a very short time, we will try and decode some of the elements of governance. But what I will focus on is a lot of it on some of the legal and compliance aspects, which you would need to comply with, and where we have found as governance partners that small nuances of these are actually affecting, certain proposals from actually getting either disqualified or viewed in a manner which is not good for you. And that is not necessarily only for funding from an HCL perspective, but from any funder perspective. So I'll lay emphasis on that, and also compliance with the CSR rules from an NGO perspective. So whatever form the entity takes, the governance is the way rules, norms, and actions are produced, sustained, regulated, and held accountable. And the term accountability will also come in, and I will talk about that a little later. Globally, there is a lot of frameworks around governance. And in most countries, you find outside of India that there are rules and regulations and governance frameworks. There's generally a regulator which is regulating the sector. We are anyway very, very over-regulated in terms of the laws. And I think with the CSR coming in also, there is a lot of structure. But I just wanted to give you a sort of a global perspective around it. So any one of these forms governance, and I think you got it right. It could be from just having a code of ethics, timely submitting your financial returns, a finance manual, right up to the existence and the quality of your board, right? All of these are elements and samples of what are different parts of governance. So when you look at the overall safeguarding of accountability, it's important to know when you look at the ladder, there are three elements. The first and basic ladder is ensuring that legal obligation and ethical requirements are met. So that's the base ladder. And that is across sizes of organizations, because unless you meet basic legal regulatory requirements, you will default at some point in time. The second part of it is self-regulation. And I'll talk a little bit about what are the elements of self-regulation. And the third part on top of it is the overall transparency ladder. So here are some of the requirements that you would need to follow through on. And I'm not sort of going through each one of these, but these are just some examples of certain elements of the law that you would need to sort of follow. But I'd like to talk more about certain issues around these and something which would make it sort of relevant. So, for example, for the grant itself, as well as for working in this space to be eligible for CSR funds, you require a 12A and ATG, application. We all know that. It gets renewed, every 5 years. I'm going to talk a little bit about FCRA a little later, but it's very important for you to also go back and check on the government website, on the income tax website, on your existing eligibility. So while you would be having the registration, please also go on to the government website to check whether that is throwing out the data of the fact that you are still currently eligible. And I'll just take an example of one thing which happened with an organization. They did not update their email with the government, right? What happened is when they applied for their registration 6 months prior to the expiry, certain queries from the government went to a wrong email ID, right? They did not get the notice, physical notice. It went to the email ID. Their 12A expired, right? They got to know that if your 12A expires, your ATG also expires automatically, even though there are separate processes for both, right? So just the simple thing of not going back and checking that portal and checking that their email ID was correct actually resulted them in going to the income tax tribunal. Many of their CSR funds were then stopped because though they did apply in time, the queries actually came to a wrong email ID. So be very, very careful about this. It's very basic. Similarly with FCRA, we find a lot of organizations who have FCRA who do not want to really now sort of renew it, right? So then they don't do anything about it. So when we as auditors go in and actually check the portal, the FCRA portal, it says that your FCRA is seized. So if you do not want to receive foreign funds going forward, or strategically you say that, okay, now it's difficult, even though erstwhile I had an FCRA, now that I have to renew it every 5 years, please go and follow the procedure of closing down the FCRA. Do not renew it and leave it, because there are many people who would be potentially wanting to give you funds, even from a CSR perspective, who would go and check in your portal, and the portal does not say that it is live and you just did not renew. It says that it has been seized, right? So it just gives the wrong, it sends the wrong signal. So be very, very careful there. As you know that the CSR law has evolved, right, over the years. 2021, everybody has heard of the amendments which happened in 2021. Can you raise your hands? Right. Great. So around 50%. So what happened in 2021 was the law moved to actually being a law where you would require to utilize all the money given to you within the same financial year, right? So from a company perspective, if you were unable to do it, you would create an unspent CSR account. Then you would later on allocate the monies out of the unspent CSR account, change the nature of the project, etc. But from an NGO perspective, it's very important to make sure that even if there is any interest or any surplus which is generated on this is also utilized within that financial year. And along with your utilization certificate, etc., there is a declaration that you've actually spent the money in that year itself. Because it's a full utilization, otherwise you'll have to go back, return the money, and then it would be reallocated back to you. So this is a huge change which happened, in 2021. Also, of course, ensure CSR 1 registrations. Ensure that your registration is there on Darpan. Very, very critical. Though not mandatory for CSR funds, but a lot of CSR funders are looking at that very closely. So you need to make sure that all of these are in place. And one other thing which I would recommend is that Many of you are running projects with a lot of employees, nature of employees are contracted employees, not, etc. In order to make sure that you are compliance with labor laws, do get a written opinion from your chartered accountant, etc. Because it's important that you remain compliant with these, and then you don't take a call saying that, okay, we don't have 10 employees, we don't have the nature of this law is not applicable to us, etc. So when we look at various organizations, we find that there are different interpretations, and we recommend that as long as you have a written opinion, then it will help you with when funders actually look at your case. If you look at the next stage of self-regulation, it's important to have defined roles and responsibilities, policies, framework, and of course some ranking from various credible institutions. Whether this is you need to do this or not is a board call, and where you are in the journey of your governance. But we do recommend that we are finding that a lot of people have these policies and procedures, but they don't update them regularly, right? Very important to make sure that these are updated. If you look at your board, make sure that you have at least 4 meetings in a year. These are well documented. You try and institute a rotation of board members. We also see that statutory auditors or internal auditors are there for long periods of time, since the inception of the organization. Try and have a look at that. See if you can change auditors, and define your own frequency there. There is no law in the NGO space saying that 7 saal, 7 years, 10 years, like it is for corporates or for listed corporates. But definitely do that. And like Nidhi here, I'm giving out a lot of hints of what is looked at, right? So you might pass on right till the final stage, but the jury members look at some of these aspects very closely, and there is a weightage to it. And very basic thing, when we ask for financial statements, people give an extract of the income statement and expenditure account and the balance sheet, and they just upload that, and we keep following up, etc., etc. If you have that and it's audited, you also have an audited opinion. You will also have some notes. So when you give the financials, please give the entire set. Otherwise, at some point in time, we will be reading your opinion and we will be reading your notes. So if there's something in your notes which says that your FCRA has been seized, or there is a huge tax matter or whatever, and you feel that you can just give some aspects of your financial statement, and then later on these things are not going to be sort of picked up, then you are sort of mistaken. So please even write upfront for the eligibility category if you give the entire set of the financial statements. Don't just extract a bit. And I similarly find that when there is public disclosure also in annual reports, etc., in most cases the opinions and the notes are not given. Just the certain aspects are there. Actually, it sends a reverse signal. I'm sure there could be nothing in them as well, but it actually sends a reverse signal that you are trying to hide something, which might not necessarily be the case. And of course, in terms of safeguarding of transparency, the ultimate aim of any NGO is to get impact, and to measure that impact, and to ensure that resources are efficiently and effectively used. I'll take a 1 or 2 minute pause here, and I can take some questions, and then I will just quickly run through some elements of structuring a board, since many of you are small organizations, and I will close with a few slides. So if you have any questions on what I have spoken about so far in terms of some of the basic compliance rules, regulations, please feel free to ask.
Sir, what are the opinions and notes we can mention in the financial aspects? We should get it from the CA or how it is?
Yeah, the CA should already have it actually.
Okay.
So they, when they audit, they would have an opinion. Then there will be a receipts and payments account, an income and expenditure account, a balance sheet, and there will be some notes. So based on the structure of your organization, whether you're a trust or a society or a Section 8 company, a Section 8 company would be having already fixed ways of writing up the notes. In trusts and society, it's not there, but there will definitely be some. So you will need to get it from your chartered accountant itself.
Okay, sir. And sir, how do we form a BOD, because we are a small organization?
I will be just talking about that.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yearly income in audited 20 lakhs, sir. Last 2 years, I applied for the online HCL grant, sir. But we have not received any answers for that, sir. And one more thing, sir.
Yeah,
only
so
only 3 NGOs will get a grant, sir, for HCL grants. Only 3 NGOs will get. I think.
Sir, for the first one, the eligibility criteria is 50 lakhs.
Okay, sir.
So if you that is average of last 3 years.
Okay, sir.
So if you're below that, then you will not be eligible for the grant. And I think the eligibility criteria has also been brought down over the last few years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am coming from Andhra Pradesh, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I'm sure in later part of this will be addressed. Yes, sir.
We have board meeting. Can we have it on online?
Yes.
Very difficult for us to meet physically.
No, that's okay. Online are eligible, and that's fine now.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. You should actually record the meetings, and the records are equivalent to written minutes as well. You can translate that into written minutes. And if it is in a different language, then again, it's best practice to convert it into either Hindi or English, because not so much from a compliance perspective in that state, but more from an auditor or somebody who's funding. At times, we should also be able to, sort of comprehend the agenda and the action taken.
What about the signatures of the board members?
Not required anymore.
Not required. Thanks a
lot. Good morning, sir. My question is, in CSR, you mentioned that even though the urban ID, which is much needed for the government side of funding, it is not required. But the thing is, why the CSR is, some of the CSRs is looking for that? Is there any reasons behind it?
Yeah, so basically a Darpan ID, and if you have FCRA, the FCRA, continuing to being force, from an auditor perspective, is an indicator of good governance within the organization. Because it shows that certain policies and procedures have already been followed. And that's the reason why, even if I'm giving you CSR funds, I would want to ensure that you have a Darpan ID, because a certain, certain disclosures have been made. And if you have FCRA, if you do not, that's fine. But if you do have it, everything should be right. Otherwise, it creates a doubt, and it's an indicator of good governance to make sure, and that is also very important from giving any kind of funds, including CSR money. Transparency of the organization. So I'll move on, and I will take further questions. I'll take further questions at the end of the presentation. Right, sir, go ahead.
Rohit, we have to take it as the last question.
Yeah, and then I'll just quickly wrap up after that.
Sir, there are some social service organizations here who are working for more than 50 years.
Correct.
Mine is 58th year. I have to celebrate the Golden Jubilee now.
Right.
So, some representatives of corporates come to us. They are new to the field.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't know ABCD of the community, and when they interact with the community, we will definitely come to know they don't know ABCD of the communities. So, but they dictate terms to us, what to do, what not to do. It's harassing.
Yes.
So, when the people come, such people come to us, they don't send a report on their field visit. I don't know how. There is a lot to learn from their field reports. Positive points, negative points to be improved, things like that. But they don't tell anything. One fine morning, they come and say, no, we are discontinuing our fund to your organization. But there is no base at all. They don't look at the finances, they don't look at the targets we achieved, anything. But people of 50 years experience in this field, it's really, I don't know what to say. So when you select people to send out to the field, be careful enough. There may be people like me who are 50 years old. Sure. If you send such people, what to do with them?
Sure, sir.
If they don't know ABCD of development.
No,
they don't know ABCD of development.
No,
just recruited. You are training them by sending to us.
Right.
You are training in the field.
Right. So,
don't do that.
So I totally buy your point, sir. The testimony of the fact that we've been governance partners now for over 10 years with HCL would also be testimony to the fact that when we go to field, we have a team who's aware of some of these issues and who are aware of not just the certain aspects of financials or governance, but who also understand the nuances of the community and understand development projects as well. So, and obviously the first thing I was told, I mean, when I'm a chartered accountant, but I've also spent a lot of years in this sector now. The first thing, that I was told was that whichever is the team which is involved, see, we are the bridge between a corporate and the NGO. So we have to maintain certain characteristics of the corporate world because we are answerable to them, right? However, when we go on field, we also need to understand the characteristics of the NGOs and how you operate. So the first thing that I was told when we carved out a set of people to set out this thing, the practice is that skill sets are not that different. In fact, the skills maybe in auditing a big corporate might be much more technical, but it is in the entire manner in which you need to execute this exercise, however rigorous it is and whatever is the outcome, should be done in a capacity building mode, right? Whether it means giving out the report or talking to the people or being more empathetic to capacity issues and others is the only way in which, the practice can sustain and go forward. So the points are very well noted, sir, and that is what we endeavor to do. But we also need to maintain certain characteristics of the corporate because the CSR is a very rule-driven organization. Yeah.
And I think there were a few questions which I did not address because of, but can I take that? एंड कुछ लोगों ने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट भी की कि आप कन्नड़ नहीं तो हिंदी, कन्नड़ा नहीं आती, माफ़ी चाहूँगी, लेकिन हिंदी बोल सकते हैं. इसमें ना आई विल काउंटर क्वेश्चन सर कि हम लोग भी कभी फील्ड ऑफिसर्स थे, ऑल्दो हमने पढ़ा होगा मे बी हॉस्पिटल मैनेजमेंट, हेल्थ मैनेजमेंट, लाइफ साइंसेस पढ़ा होगा, कभी तो हमने भी शुरू किया था। और उस समय जो हमारे एनजीओज़ के लीडर्स थे, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर, बहुत सारा समय राजस्थान में उर्मुल में व्यतीत किया। अरविंद ओझा जी अभी ने, बहुत सारे लीडर्स ऐसे, ओम जी, बहुत सारे, यू नो, आई मीन वी कैन ऑलवेज यू नो लाफ अबाउट इट कि हमें कुछ नहीं आता था उस समय. Another role that you can take up is of gurus. कि please spend that another 1 extra hour with them. Please take that time to induct them. क्योंकि जो आप उन्हें सिखाएंगे that will last. If there are choices you make. या तो आप उन्हें कुछ भी मत सिखाएं, that bridge will get broken as Rohit just said. Or we take that additional hour. Jo is sitting here. I spent so much time with her. And we still laugh like, you know, me, my friend, you know, it's like their friendship, which is like my young team is friends with her, you know, so they spend so much time with her. Another, and we also spend, so it's also about developing relationship. My youngest member of the team will be so happy spending time with Jo, traveling in Sikkim, पहाड़ पे चढ़ रहे हैं, नहीं चढ़ पा रहे हैं, फिर you know, we go to field areas and we spend that kind of time, and that is learning. Another request, we as corporates, when I wear that hat, I always make, yesterday I said that in Bannergutta when we were doing the inauguration of that, is the Gen Z. Gen Z के साथ तो अगर हम bridge, we have to make the bridge wider, not longer. वाइडर मतलब चौड़ा ब्रिज बनाइए, आप इतना चौड़ा बनाइए कि वो जल्दी से कूद के इस तरफ आ जाए. बिकॉज दे आर ऑल्सो अनफॉर्चुनेटली कोविड जनरेशन हु नेवर वेंट आउट ऑफ देयर रूम्स. वो अपने रूम से ही बाहर नहीं निकले. जो टेकीज़ हैं हमारे, बहुत सारे टेकीज़ हैं आप फील्ड की, तो पानी की समस्या तो वो तब समझेंगे जब वो बाहर ही नहीं निकले हैं कभी. तो इट इज़ द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फॉर मैनी ऑफ द सोशल पर्पस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो आप बहुत सारा काम कर रहे हैं कि आप इमर्जन्स ऑर्गेनाइज करिए. अनदर थिंग आई रियली, विच इज़ अ ब्रूटल फैक्ट, देयर आर डोनर्स. मानना पड़ेगा, यंग जनरेशन इज अवर डोनर. जो अभी हमारा 2% आता है, जो 300 करोड़ हम बोलते हैं बड़ा प्राउडली 2% हमारा होगा HCLTech का. And you can correct me, doctor, that that Gen Z is sponsoring us. Coding तो वही कर रहे हैं. And if they don't understand what we do, and if we don't take that time off from our whatever schedules we have, the bridge will get broken. Forget about longer or wider. And the day it gets broken, we are finished. We are the generation, and you and many of you who are further senior up there, please spend that time with younger people. Believe you me, they have such higher order intelligence and skills, but it only needs to be put to, it only needs to be, I would say, diverted in the right direction to understand people, planet and peace. तो वो ज़रूरी है. That is also a responsibility, and that is also seen carefully when we, when our field teams visit. By the time the application reaches there, कि हम लोग कितना cordially आपस में एक relationship maintain करते हैं. Because tomorrow when the members of leadership or techies will come, they will not know ABCD of this world, but they will have the heart in right place. उनको सीखने का मन ज़रूर है, उनके questions बहुत गलत होते हैं कई बारी, and we have to be little tolerant. But then once they understand, they become the flag bearers, and we see that. I mean, we clock 100,000 volunteering hours per year on an average from techies in our CSR work. So I just wanted to say कि we have to make the bridge wider. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Nidhi. And like, I think in the corporate, the parlance is that the client is always right. I think somewhere the donor is right? They are the ones who are giving the money. So in a way, the donor-donee relationship, in a sense, will be, will always have its own sensitivities. So just moving on very quickly, I think we are running out of time. So I will not go through, some of these slides. I'll very quickly now end. I think this, is it? Can you just move the slides, please? Yeah. I think you've toggled between the two presentations. Yeah, just go down. Just go down. Yeah. Further. Further. Yeah, keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Yeah, move. Yeah, move. Yeah, so I'll just very quickly re-emphasize that in governance, one size does not fit all, right? And your governance structures and practices will maybe develop slower than how your organization, how your project, or how your impact related activities are moving. So it's a well-known fact that your governance might be one step behind your project related or your operational activities, and that's fine. Governance and structures must fit the size, complexity, and the nature of the organization. And this is a destination. It's not a destination, it's a journey. So it's an area of continuous improvement. So you can never say that, okay, I've got 100% here. Right? As models evolve, and I think Bhaumik will be taking a very interesting session on talking about how this space, and Nidhi also mentioned how this space is very fast changing, right? There's AI, there's technology, there are a lot of things which are happening here. There's the social stock exchange, funding patterns are changing, young billionaires are coming up in India, philanthropists who are actually going to be giving us a lot of money. So their ask around governance models might go beyond just the basic legal requirements. And as organizations, we would sort of need to keep that in mind. So I'll end there, and thank you so much. I'm here in case for the entire day. So if there are any questions, very happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Rohit, for such an elaborate session on the governance for the NPOs. And I think the key takeaway from the session for all of us is to embed good governance across the practices of the NPOs, which in turn will help increase the credibility and the transparency of the organizations. Now, next we'll move towards the panel discussion. The topic for the panel discussion today is From Well to Wetlands, Rural Innovation and Technological Solutions for Water and Biodiversity. For the same, I would like to invite our moderator for the session, Ms. Monita Nair, Lead Knowledge Management and Advocacy, SATRES. Please give a huge round of applause for Ms. Monita Nair to take on the dais.
I was very plagued last 7 hours. I have to be honest with you. I was thinking, how do I start this? And just earlier, a few minutes ago, Dr. Pundir helped me out, where she said, while she was hinting all of us on, having cognizant concept notes, she also introduced how relevant it is to bring community and their quotes. So I'll start with one of the quotes from our community member, a collective we work in Tikamgarh, MP. She said, "आपने पानी को कभी पकड़ा है, इंसान नहीं कर पाएगा, सिर्फ धरती कर सकती है। हमें इतना करना है कि हम धरती को ऐसा करने से रोक ना पाए." Have you held water? We can't do it, but earth can. All we need to do is not to hinder the earth in doing the same. And that stayed with me for as long as I remember, and today that was the first quote that came into my mind. With that, I initiate today's panel discussion on topic wells to wetlands, rural innovations, and technological solutions for water and biodiversity. We have an esteemed set of panels. I'm really excited for them. Please welcome them. And I know every one of you had good breakfast, so please put in energy and clap, okay? So please welcome Dr. Nidhi Pundir, Senior Vice President at HCLTech and Director of HCL Foundation, who leads CSR strategies addressing health, human rights, and sustainable development. Dr. T.V. Ramachandra from Indian Institute of Science, whose decades of research on wetland, energy systems, and ecological economics have influenced major environmental policy in India. Professor A. Damodaran, Adjunct Professor at IIM Bangalore and visiting faculty at Ahmedabad University, known for his pioneering work on sustainability finance, biodiversity governance, and blockchain solutions for global commons. And finally, Dr. Usha Manjunath, Director at IIHMR Bangalore, an expert in health systems and behavioral sciences, whose work connects public health, rural development, and environmental resilience. Please. Without any further ado, I think I'll start with my queries. So my first question goes to Dr. Nidhi Pundir. Can CSR truly fix the water crisis? Studies show many rural water projects collapse when CSR involvement stops. Drawing on HCL Foundation's model of embedding community-led governance, how can CSR move from short-term projects to building enduring water and biodiversity systems?
I think a clear answer and a very short, and we'll keep it fast. CSR can't fix this problem. Definitely not. You should understand the total budget outlay, if I were to bring together all corporates, is also just about 40,000 crores, which is actually nothing when we look at the government resources, when we look at the power that the citizens have themselves. So the water stress, what CSR can do possibly is bring in resources for innovation, can bring the technical guidance together, can possibly come out in open and talk about the issue. CSR can definitely be, I would say, that drop in ocean, but can't be the ocean itself for sure. But what is essential right now is if we also look at our overall, we've been able to steer our overall, within our CSR funds, 22% towards environment today. And I say that from records. That we are able to provide matrices within CSR where you can measure the work which is being undertaken underwater. We are able to very categorically give you statistics, like when I say 110 or 100 plus billion liters of water, that has actually been measured by an external organization where a very clear matrix has been, where we have actually discounted evaporation, we have actually discounted all kinds of losses. Minus all of that, we are able to measure year on year, and we invest in measuring the water credits. Quality of water is another aspect which also needs to, which we are now gearing ourselves up. The kind of rainwater that we conserve or we harvest, the quantity of that, how do we really work towards now? Quality is the next thing. So CSR can definitely take these small steps. Coming to your second part, the short term or long term, I think it's only a myth that under CSR you only do short term projects. And that really needs to be broken. The ministry has said that it is and I think Bhaumik will clarify that in subsequent sessions, that 3 years plus 1 and then you do cooling off and then you do impact. This year, I'm again inviting you to go to HCL Foundation's website and look at our 33 plus impact assessment reports. How we have been able to put out a return on investment calculation against each one of our projects. This year, we are doing 111 impact assessment reports. That's the life of a CSR head in, in a corporate like ours, where we ensure that compliance is taken very seriously. So each one of the impact assessment report is going to have a clear ROI matrix. So when we say this 3+1, it can be phase of a project. It need not be the full program per se. It need not be, you can always have long-term plans drawn up. However, for the purposes of the HCL grant project, we are inviting 3+1 because this is how, you know, the construct of this grant is. But it can always be a part of your long-term strategy, right? So 1 year, 1 year, all of that is completely a myth in CSR. There is a good scope for doing long-term programming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My next question goes to Dr. T.V. Ramachandran. Thank you, sir, for coming in here. Are we engineering away our wetlands? I want to be honest, this question was coming from one of my Gen Z colleagues. So I'll just complete the question, sir. Are we engineering away our wetlands? Your valuation studies, like economic valuation of wetlands of Greater Bangalore, show wetlands provide vital ecosystem services, yet are neglected in planning. How can we reposition them as critical rural infrastructure?
Well, thank you for inviting me. You know, when we talk about wetlands, we all require water. I have not come across any individual who doesn't want water. That is one of the services provided by these wetlands, ecosystems. Now, what is the worth of the wetland? Let us try to understand. First, if the wetlands are there, what are the benefits? My study shows where the wetlands were there, people were getting a water less than 100 feet in their wells. That's where the link to the wells happened. And when wetlands were removed, after 5 or 6 years, it drops down to 600 feet. And today, 24 years have passed. People have gone down 1,800 feet. There's no water. That further shows that if we need water, we need to have wetlands. Now, coming to the services, what is the worth of the wetland? You know, wetland provides us the services, tangible benefits like fish, fodder, etc. If I just quantify that, a good wetland like Rachinhalli Lake or Jakkur Lake gives about 10,500 rupees per hectare per day. One of the most productive ecosystem I have come across. And when we pollute the wetland, for example, Amruthalli Lake in the same catchment, the worth comes down to 20 rupees per hectare per day. Because of pollution, we don't have the fish or the fodder, etc. Now, who are the people depend on the lakes or a wetland? Fishermen, washerwomen, farmers, and people like me who do science with the wetlands. And who are the one who abuse the wetland? Elite section of the society who do not know how to manage the waste. Either the solid or liquid waste, they dump it in my wetlands. Okay, now in Karnataka, we have about 39,000 wetlands. We have mapped using GIS and remote sensing. That's where technology comes to the picture. Now, what is the worth of these wetlands? When you look at it, each of the wetland, when you talk about ecosystem services, you know, I talked only about provisioning services when I talked about Jakkur Lake. But if you take into account regulating services, for example, carbon sequestration, climate moderation, etc., and cultural services, it works out to be about 10 lakh rupees per hectare per year, or a 1 million rupee per hectare per year. You know, how this valuation helps in conservation is, for example, Agnashni wetland in Uttar Kannada district, there was a proposal to have the thermal power plant. When the government invited me, I just did the presentation, small component I took up. I said 7,000 family depend on this wetland for their fishery. And if you take bivalves, the marine organism, they extract 22,000 tons per year, which works out to be 66 crores. And the moment I made a statement, the Deputy Chief Minister on that day said that I didn't know the worth of the wetland. I will not destroy it with a thermal power plant. That shows if this could be, science can help in the conservation. And we were also successful in getting the Ramsar tag to the Agnashni wetland, which was declared as a Ramsar wetland in the Ramsar Secretariat and the MOEF on 30th January 2024. My 25 years of research about biodiversity, ecology, hydrology, finally we have succeeded in getting the 4 wetlands in Karnataka as a Ramsar wetland. Okay. Now, how the wetlands are getting degraded, we know. Is there a solution? That's where the engineering comes. The nature-based solution. For example, Jakkur Lake. My work in 2005 shows that Jakkur Lake surrounding there were 25 wells were there. The water sample showed the presence of nitrate, which is a carcinogen. Okay. Then I pushed the government to rejuvenate the lake, and the government listened to us. And then the committee was constituted. I was a member of the committee, and Yellappa Reddy was the chairman. But the money given was not sufficient to have the tertiary treatment plant. And as you all know, nitrate is a tertiary treatment is required to remove the nitrate or the nutrient. But what I did is I convinced the committee as well as the government to have the nature-based solution mimicking the nature, have the integration of the constructed wetland and algal pond along with the secondary treatment plant. Secondary treatment plant will remove the large particles and chemical ions, while the nature-based solution of constructed wetland and algal pond remove the nutrient like N and P. Last 12 years, my students have monitored, and there are no nutrients in the water. And today there are 300 wells, as against 25 wells in 2005. Today there are 300 wells surrounding the Jakkur Lake. Neither Jakkur Lake water has the nutrient nor those 300 wells. I have the satisfaction because of my science. At least to 300 well users, I am giving the clean water. That is the satisfaction if every humans have it, and the purpose of having this kind of forum is meaningful.
Thank you so much, sir. My next question is for Professor Damodran. Thank you, sir, for joining today. While I'm personally a big fan of your work, this question comes from my workspace as well. At Setries, we're also trying to build the biodiversity M&E, and your work becomes our whole and soul Bible. So the question is, why is biodiversity invisible, almost invisible, in rural capital flows? Drawing on your work in India's low carbon value chain, green debt, and global climate finance architecture, why does biodiversity continue to be sidelined in rural financing? And how can value chain and green debt instruments align capital?
Thank you for that very long question. I have the disadvantage of following Dr. Ramchandra, and because I have cited some of his work, 2016, 2017 papers. But I would say that I am a bit more ancient than you, because I started my work, no, not senior, because, Gen Z is sitting there, they will not like that word, but I would say that I am a great fan of his work. Jakkur Lake is an exceptional item of work, which you did. And having said all that, I should say that I have only sob stories to tell you about it. I started working in, I was in the Ministry of Environment. I joined my career in 1981. So I told you, I'm much more ancient than him. So I had the fortune to see some of the most atrocious. I had only the fortune to see the ugly. Ugly is also very important, not just the hara and all that, So, 1987, I went to Ganga Action Plan to Varanasi, and I went to, the Kanpur Mirzapur belt, where under the Indo-Dutch program, you had the UASB technology, upper anaerobic sludge blanket. It was terrible. It was terrible because it had all the good intentions, but as Dr. Professor Ramchandra mentioned, the problem was the chrome was not removed. Before it was to be, the effluent had to go to the ETP, right? And then the microorganisms got killed. Now, why am I telling you this? Because chrome was not removed because despite the prescription that it should be removed, right? Why people never thought, it was tanneries, right? So they never thought that it was important to remove the chrome. So finally, it was improved after 8 to 10 years. Now, of course, Varanasi looks much better than what it used to be many years ago. So has Kanpur Mirzapur area. Now, leave aside that. My PhD work, now these days I tend to be a little biographical. PhD work is on a village in Hoskote, Bangalore. I was posted from Delhi I was sent as a trainee to the Bangalore Deputy Commissioner's office. And I asked for a posting in a village because we are supposed to understand what a village accountant does. And I never left that village. Occasionally I used to come and meet the DC, sit through his land revenue cases and all that. I worked on that village, and that was my PhD work. And that has figured in Journal of Environmental Management. But I will tell you, I stayed in that village. I used to religiously take a bus and go from my place in Indiranagar I still remember the name of the bus, 317 from that road. And I used to go to Budigare Cross. That village is called Mandur. It is the dumping yard of Bangalore city today, 1300 acres, Mandur village. And from there I picked up what was my topic? My topic was borewell irrigation. And borewell irrigation was my topic. That was my PhD work. And those were the days of Ramakrishna Hegde as the CM, right? And there was a very great minister, Abdul Nazir Saab. He reached water to every village. And he used to be called Neer Saab, right? And I have seen borewells at 175 feet. In Devanahalli, this is part of Devanahalli Hoskote. They were red areas, declared red areas even in 1950. Now, as he very correctly mentioned, it is 1300 feet of polluted groundwater. And that is where I agree with Dr. Nidhi. When she mentioned pollution is a bigger problem. It's not just availability of water. You have chromium. You have heavy metals built into it. Thanks to what he's mentioned, our lifestyles are getting into that. So that is the problem. So in rural areas, now coming to the question, I'm sorry for the big introduction. Why it won't get visible is, policy makers in Niti Aayog, earlier it used to be Planning Commission, never have an idea that, National Drinking Water Mission is about biodiversity. And that's the point where Dr. Niti was mentioned. They're dealing the two issues. They used to think potable water for houses, right? So in 2011, I was part of a CBD, Convention on Biodiversity financing group. And we did a painful exercise of segregating budgets into core, non-core, and peripheral. So peripheral basically means Mahatma Gandhi, the PM Yojana, what was the environment component in it. So it was done, and the coefficient was around 0.3 to 0.4, about 30 to 40% can be treated as biodiversity and climate friendly thing. It has been done, it is visible to the bureaucracy, right? It is not visible to the public. Why? Because we still feel that pollution control work, the wonderful work that he's doing in Jakur Lake, right? It is not linked to any other wetland development programs carried by other departments. So you don't get, naturally, the public does not see any link between the two. Public sees Jal Jeevan Mission as reaching drinking water. It does not see it as a biodiversity-enabled ecological service, which I think Professor Ramchandra is trying to do. So that, in one word, sums up why we are partly visible now, but we are not fully visible to the community. That is where the problem is, because there is no linkage between the core work in lake development with the kind of big remediation work that is being done. People don't see both together. So that explains why it is not happening. But in the government circles, as he mentioned, there is a very clear emphasis. Now look at the difference between Drinking Water Mission in 2010 and Jal Jeevan Mission. Jal Jeevan Mission talks about rejuvenating the sources. Earlier it was just reaching water. Yeah? So those changes have happened, but community level visibility needs to improve. For that, more of research, more of communication is required through projects like what you are doing, to say that this is linked to that. This is happening while things are happening and polishing pond is being put up in Jakur. It is also happening, there are complementary measures happening elsewhere to rejuvenate lakes in other parts of Bangalore or any city in India.
I do have certain follow-up questions like biodiversity, credit, water credit, but in interest of time, maybe when the crowd gets a chance for Q&A, maybe these are certain cues that we can go ahead and ask in. But I would move to Dr. Usha Manjunath. Thank you so much, Dr. Usha Manjunath, for being here today. My question to you, and this is probably one of the most difficult questions while my team was penning down, was, can we really design as social purpose organizations, as NGOs, can we really design interventions for dignity and not just delivery, using behavioral science alongside biodiversity principles? How can rural water programs be structured to empower agency rather than instruct communities, specifically women and youth?
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to draw information about is the work that we did as a key resource center for training for the L1 level Gram Panchayat for the NJJM project. So we have worked in 4 districts training the Gram Panchayat. So I'll draw some inferences from there, how we kind of understood what is happening at that level. In terms of how we are, looking at the community level. Say, for example, NGJM specifies about 55 liters of water for, per person. And then, the whole thing backfired for South India because we use water for, washing our front yard every day, then, putting a rangoli. So there was a lot of cultural context to what we do and how we really accept it. Any water system that comes into picture and who is going to be really managing it and using it. So further, what we found is that, in terms of the planning itself, when this happened, it was beautifully designed. That, at the community level, the Gram Panchayat, the whole women, the groups, all of them are involved in planning. So in 2019 when this happened, and then came the COVID, and when the implementation started happening, the program is really beautifully designed, but when the implementation happened, the community involvement in planning, was already kind of missed. So to meet your implementation milestones and others, so people had to move forward and look at, taps and various other things that they were really looking at. So from a behavioral perspective, if we really see, one is that a model with what we generally call as a COM-B, they say, for example, the capacity, the opportunity, the motivation that leads to change in behavior. So are we really including the people in the planning stage and how we are really moving ahead? So the moment we think that, many of us reject because there is a lack of control over what we are going to be doing it. Maybe the cultural aspects are not really taken into picture. So top down may really affect us. But yes, people have realized and moved with the bottom up. So whenever we are working with, even the JJM program itself has very clearly said, say village action planning, and who should be the members there. So there are going to be members, 50% of the women should be there. And they're also saying that youth should be involved in that. So therefore, it is not just, planning stage, but also maybe under the implementation. Can we do the social audit with them? So these are all ways to really implement and make it more sustainable. But then there is also when certain things are implemented, like say for example, water is like, it's also about taste maybe, it is also about, so if there is chlorination, people may not understand it's for the safety and so they may reject some of these. Or, it could be social hierarchy, right? The caste comes into picture, gender is a major issue. So these are, to make it sustainable, and to really make it, workable, one is the building a system which is based on trust. So if my system doesn't work, say for instance, we have everywhere RO plants put together, for the water. But then what happens? There is no planning in terms of who will take care of it? You know, when the breakdowns happen, and then the breakdown happens, and then people distrust. They are not anymore going to be really, liking water.net, or like, they may think that this is the way things change, and so we are not going to accept. In terms of implementation, lot of the programs that we implement, even in say for example in health systems, it's very important to involve the community in different levels of implementation, to bring this part. So nudge has been a very important one. Some of the projects like in Karnataka, they have seen that positive nudges are much more helpful. The moment you put fine, you put negative this one, then it is not going to work. So these are some of the things that we can really look at, how to make a system to really work. Say for drawing example from the health systems that we work in, technology has been really implemented, but the technology design has to be also very taken care very well. Say for example, we have NCD portal at the level of sub-centers. Now they are called Health and Wellness Center, now newly termed as Ayushman Arogya Mandir. The community health officers have a portal where they are going to do the testing for the screening for all 30-year-old plus, and they enter the data. So the design of that is meant to be like very good. So they were very happy that the community where we are really testing about 500 to 600 people, there is also photograph. So I may not remember the community member, but there is photograph, so I can recognize and go back if the person has not returned for medication maybe or this. But there is also the drawback that the system had, the design of the technology itself, was that there is no continuity of care. Say for example, the earlier data, the testing of the person the first time, or maybe the medication that they were taking, that was not accessible to the CHO. So again, she had to fall back upon something else. So the design of the system, whether it is as simple as the water or the tap, or the technology that you implement for bringing about change, so it has to look at from the community perspective, or the provider perspective, or from the supply perspective. So these will be very carefully designed so that whatever that we want to achieve, is it continuity of care, is it the way that people will continue to use the system that we have created for them. So I think those aspects have to be really taken into consideration, and I think then your system design across also has to be thought of. Thank you so much.
So much. Sorry, before I went to technological questions, technology reminded me that it existed. So I'm really sorry for the small glitch. I don't know what time are we on, but I think I can already see the crowd is telling me it's Q&A. And I'll go there right now and stop with my papers here. So any questions that we can take up from the crowd? Wow, I can already see a few hands. My friends here have to help me with
Madam, I am from Andhra Pradesh, Kadapa district, madam. I attended for the cause of that symposium concept regarding water and biodiversity. May I know the vision or idea of the symposium regarding biodiversity? I want to know the basic just you told that GP level intervention for NGOs for the NGOs maybe are non-profit organizations. May I know the basic tool for the involvement of the groups or social organizations to involve in the biodiversity conservation or preservation. This is my humble submission for the panel members. I would like to know the idea behind this program.
Or I'll do it. Okay. The so to answer your question, biodiversity and water, I'll take you to my work in Western Ghats. You know, where I did a study to find out if the region has the native species, the vegetation that is rich in biodiversity, and compared that with the region where monoculture plantations or a degraded ecosystems are there. We did a hydrological investigation for 36 months to understand the seasonal variability as well as year-to-year variability. My study shows when the watershed or the catchment area dominated by native species vegetation, the infiltration of the water during the monsoon is as high as 65 to 70% of the rainfall. And that is the water available during the post-monsoon period. Because of that, the water bodies in those regions are perennial, which means it has a 12 months water. Wherever degradation has happened, 30% less than vegetation cover, most of the water runs away. And there's no percolation of water. It's only about 20 to 25% of the rainfall get infiltrated. That's why the streams are seasonal or the water bodies are seasonal. Now, to understand how it decides the livelihood of the people, in the watershed dominated by native species forest, because the water is available the 12 months, people can grow multiple crop or a cash crop. Their earning is 1,54,000 rupees per acre per year. Whereas in another catchment, where degraded catchment, since the water is available only for 4 to 6 months, they can grow only one crop and their earning is 32,000 rupees per acre per year. And most importantly, if you look at the yield of the crop, in a region dominated by native species vegetation, the yield of the crop, for example, paddy, is as high as 14 to 18 quintal per acre, whereas in another region it is 6 to 8 quintal per acre. That's mainly because wherever forests or native species vegetation are there, pollinators are abundant and pollination is efficient. Because of pollination is efficient, yield of the crop is higher. The government of India want to double the income of the farmers. My simple suggestion is, do the watershed treatment with the native species vegetation. We'll have water and we'll have life also associated with that. That's what our elders had looked at the ecosystem. We practiced, our elders protected patch of forest as the sacred forest. They understood wherever forests are there, the water in the well is very high, as high as 40 to 60 feet or even 10 feet in some of the villages. So that is where, we all started our journey, or even today, some of the traditional home people start their journey with Gangecha, Yamunecha. Okay, so that's where they worship the water, they worship the nature, and they had the livelihood associated with that. To summarize what I said so far, when Mother Earth is covered with a green saree of native species vegetation, she retains the water, and we have water for 12 months. When we degrade the catchment with a forest vegetation cover less than 30%, she cannot retain the water. That's where we should wake up and we should protect the ecosystem. That's where I'll answer another part. Remote sensing and GIS helps. Today we launched the satellites way back in 70s. Every 21 or 30 days, I know how the changes are happening in the region. I have done the analysis for Bangalore as well as for the Western Ghat district. There's a 45% decline in the forest cover in the Western Ghat. Because of that, with the changes in climate, we have erratic rainfall, and because of that, we didn't get the Kaveri water last year. And 40% of Bangalorean depends on the groundwater. And because of the concretization, we lost the ability to allow the water to percolate or the recharge of the groundwater. 68% way back in 70s was covered with vegetation. Today, 86% is a concretized or a paved surface, and we have vegetation cover less than 2%. You might ask me, if I rejuvenate the lake, will I get the water? My simple prescription is that Sarki Lake was rejuvenated 3 years back. I was a member of the committee. Within a year of rejuvenation, groundwater table went up by 300 feet. And last year, when entire Bangalore was suffering without water and heat wave, Sarki Lake had the water, and surrounding borewells had the water less than 500 feet. And because of the high moisture content, temperature in that Sarki Lake area was at least 2 to 3 degrees lower than the surrounding temperature. That is the model to be replicated throughout the state and in Bangalore to address the water scarcity in the region. Now, you might also ask me whether it will work in a big scale. Now, Belandur and Vartur Lake is being rejuvenated. I am part of the committee, and I did the assessment of the silt that is there in Vartur Lake, doesn't have any contaminant. I gave that silt as a member of the NGT committee. I gave the silt to the 400-acre farmers. They grow the vegetables. When I visit that every month, on the third month of my giving the silt to them, they showed me the bumper crop, like green leaves, radish, etc. And each farmer told me they got the benefit of 1,50,000 rupees per acre because of that. And they grow the vegetable thrice a year. That means you can count for 400 acres into thrice 3 into 1,50,000. What is the worth of the silt? When we rejuvenate our lakes in our villages, we have solved the problem. That's what we have done it in Mudbidre. When last year, entire state was facing the green drought, there was no water scarcity in Mudbidre. And only hope is rejuvenate lakes today so that your children will have water, and you should learn to have the rejuvenation and the desilting once in 3 years so that the water will continue to be there in your lakes. Catching the rain is the best solution so that you can have the water at home.
Good afternoon to all the panelists and
I'm so sorry. I'm getting constant,
Okay,
feedback.
I'll
This
finish
might
it
be the
very
last
fast.
question,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the last chance. I'm Vidya Sagar. I'm having a foundation. I have a vision which I want to share with the HCLTech grant in the biodiversity. You are all talking about a local species and everything. Dear friends and sirs and madams, see, we have in India, we have one big problem which is called as acacia, mullatumma. In Telugu, they call mullatumma or whatever it is. But Nallatumma is different and mullatumma is different. Mullatumma is nowhere is useful for the farmers and developing the soil also. But at the same time, Nallatumma, that is Acacia nilotica, that is very good for the benefit of the farmers and also for the benefit of the community and also to the society. It is having lot of medicinal values. My request to the HCLTech grant to work out a project on that and work on a small area, particularly where there is rain shadow areas like Paugada, where you can take up a small village or small hobli and convert that into Karitumma area rather than Mullatumma area. It will be beneficial to the community, local community, and that. This is my vision, and our foundation is ready to take up the venture, not with the financial support, but with a coordination from the various communities. That is what our vision is. This is what I would like to present it to the panel. And second one is a question, is the large solar projects are going to affect the biodiversity, how that is going to be useful for the future generations? Thank you.
It's a very interesting question that you asked me. Acacia nilotica is locally called babul. Babul in India generally. And you will find the plantations of acacia in talking of Andhra Pradesh, you will find that during the Nizam's period, 1900 to 1950, acacia nilotica plantations were actively encouraged. Where was it encouraged? You will find it in Karnataka, right here in Bangalore, Kolar, all these areas you will find. On the tank bunds, it needs clay soil, basically, clay medium. And clay medium by nature is water holding. And you will find your tanks basically related to this thing. So I entirely agree that it's a wonder species, but it has been lost sight of because we went for the other acacia, Acacia auriculiformis, which was a complete disaster in Uttar Kannada, another area. So Acacia nilotica is a farmer's tree. It should be encouraged. But we have some limitations of clay soil requirements as far as widespread activity is concerned. So if you look at the southern Maidan area in Karnataka, that is Bangalore, Kolar, etc., you can have it in and around the tank beds. So you have to conserve tanks, in which case you have to conserve biodiversity for keeping another native species on. So I think that is where the connect is. Tank is water, water is clay soil, natural, impermeable this thing, and then nilotica comes on that. So it is derivative, one biodiversity leading to the other. The other thing is solar plants. You are right again. You have massive solar farms. I have evaluated projects on the GEF solar plants. You have taken it solar plants in very, very big areas, large chunks of areas where there could have been biodiversity, but it is land demanding. Though it gives you renewable energy, it is land demanding. We have not found out a solution for that. We cannot afford to have solar in solar panels and wide, PV solar farms in and around Western Ghats or Malnad areas and all that. You can only have it where forests are sparse, area is sparse. So there is a conflict between the two. That is where climate change has a problem with biodiversity. So these are all trade-offs to be decided in a Gram Panchayat level by the local people. What is it that they require? And what is it that HCLTech can offer through an innovative product?
Thank you so much, sir. We have all the panelists who are present. Okay.
I'll actually beg your pardon because this might be the second last. I just have one more, and this is for Professor Damodar, and we were just discussing how important talking about water credits is. If you can just allow us another 2 minutes,
Yeah.
it will be thank you.
Okay, I am Gangi Reddy from Andhra Pradesh, Sri Satyasai district, from an organization called Chaitanya Rural Education and Development Society. In 2007, I conducted a research on rainwater management. I have written a book. It is called Water is Renewable. Book is. The outcome of this research is, once upon a time, before Green Revolution, 1960s and 70s, there was a big reservoir, a groundwater reservoir. So because of that, water was plenty, rivers were flowing like anything. Because nowadays, a dry layer is created in the subsoil. The topsoil moisture, subsoil moisture has gone down. So when you drill a borewell in Kolar and Anantapur districts, we touch water at the depth of 1,000 feet. So this is the situation. So now, this terminal water consumption is taking place. Before 60s and 70s, water was at the depth of 10th, 15th feet. Now it is at the depth of 800 feet. So because of this dry layer created, the same rainfall, which was in the 70s, and now rainfall is more or less the same. I have a data with me, in the book written by me, Water is Renewable. It is depicted in the shape of a figures, where a layman can also, at the seeing these figures, he can understand. So, rainfall, our district rainfall was 520 those days. It was plenty because land was saturated. When it rained, it absorbed a little bit, just 10%. Evaporation was minimal, 20%, because of the extensive green cover those days. So where did the water go? So it went off, run off from my village to this, your village, your village to some other's village, it went off. Runoff was 70%, 70% of the rainfall. So nowadays, after Green Revolution, land is raped because of the technology we invented, no? Tractors, all these machinery. Only 40% of the land in the village was under cultivation. Just 40% in my childhood. So nowadays, about 70, 80%. So topsoil is exposed. We did a deep borewell using chemical fertilizers and all. So this dry area is created. So the same amount of rainfall, 520 nowadays, is nothing. Nothing. Because runoff is only 35 to 40% nowadays instead of 70 those days. So where did the water go? Evaporation and infiltration. So this is called the dynamics of tropical water science. Whoever is responsible for water and biodiversity, I want to share my book written and the concepts developed with the person who is responsible for water in HCL. I want to have an extensive discussion with them. Please permit me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
For sharing that across, sir. Just for the final notes, I think Dr. Damodaran just mentioned if he could speak a little bit about water credits, which is essential to close this. Just stay with me for 2 more minutes. I'm really sorry for this. Dr. Damodaran.
No, I was supposed to address this issue, and as an economist, I am supposed to talk about it. So I thought I will complete it. In any case, we are delayed, so might as well add another 2 minutes to it. Now, the thing is, water credit, which I think Dr. Nidhi mentioned, is an absolutely interesting concept because, you know, we are used to seeing water as a livelihood resource. We are used to seeing water as an industrial resource input. We are also used to seeing water as a biodiversity service, right? And then finally, water as also resilience measure. These four are at conflict. Jal Jeevan is trying to move the other way, slowly, but they have not talked about biodiversity. They are only talking about cleaning and reusing and recycling water. So that's a policy and programmatic problem, so which I think your projects could address. Now I am coming to water credits. Water credits are very important because it economizes on use of water, technically speaking. Wherever water is short, you can reach water, and people who are selling it will also be more economical in the use, in the good situation. But I have a suggestion for HCLTech. There is a concept called in biodiversity called habitat banks. Now, habitat banks is tried out in, it is a US, European idea, but it has started in Brazil. If it can start in Brazil, there's no enough pilot basis. If there is no reason why we should not do it. Now, this is where I would like to have a small suggestion. Extend this water credit to a habitat-related problem. That is exactly the kind of work that Professor Ramchandra is doing. Now, take the map of Bangalore. You'll find that thanks to the kind of work that they are doing, north of Bangalore, Kesarghata, Jakkur, this belt is perhaps the greenest belt, right? And the southeast of Bangalore, which is supposed to be your Madibala, what is it? That famous Varthur, and before Varthur, southeast, the famous Belandur. Belandur is supposed to be the Chembur of Bangalore, if you can put it, the good old days. So it for water, of course. So you look at this. So the whole idea is then down south, Varatur, you come down to Bannerghatta National Park, right? So if you look at that swing, that is an area of pollution. That is an area where environment is very badly lost. If you just introduce, we need a policy for that, and that is exactly what you could do a pilot and find out. Policy is, you will say that every institution which is worth its name in these areas, in this Belandur belt, housing or they should go for net zero, not in climate, but in biodiversity. The moment that happens, there will be a demand for, first of all, they will fulfill net zero goals. If they can't, they will buy credits from the Jakur, this thing. That will aid his work, basically, because then that network spreads. So you may have a distorted system. Slowly the south will improve. But till it improves, they will keep on ensuring that new residential projects don't come and disturb the Hesarghatta, Jakur expansion with their plan. That's all.
Okay, sir, I will answer to the, sir, once again. Okay. Monita, I will answer to your question. I will share two of my work, okay? One is, I have created a lake in the campus, which is an experimental lab for my students who work on biofuel. Today, I have otter in that lab, in the lake. Otter in IIC campus is there, which shows the rich in biodiversity with the required algae, the zooplankton and fish, etc. Another thing is, in a 2 hectares area, I have created a mini forest, 49 native saplings, varieties, native species, 500 saplings were planted way back in 90s. You come and visit today, you will get the feel of rainforest. More importantly, groundwater, which was 150 feet when the region was dominated with Parthenium. Today, I have the water at 10 to 15 feet. This is what the water credit or a carbon credit we are talking about, which is linked to the biodiversity. My suggestion is, look for a project to have a mini forest in each ward and each village. We have solved the water problem in the Bangalore and in the state and in the country. And more importantly, if you can also get a carbon credit, because wetlands are known to have higher carbon sequestration compared to other ecosystems. So we can have carbon as well as water credit in the system. We need to do that. Now coming to the Bangalore water situation, why did we face the problem? Because of the, water urbanism is missing in our urban planning. We moved away from a porous landscape to the paved landscape. That's where the groundwater recharge didn't happen. And with that 40% groundwater, what we were getting with over exploitation, we didn't have the water. We faced the severe water crisis. Now, how do you reverse it? Bangalore receives the rainfall of 700 to 750 millimeter rainfall annually. If you catch it, I have 15 TMC of water. The best option is rainwater harvesting through the rooftop harvesting. Next option is rejuvenate the lake, retain the rainwater in the lake so that groundwater recharge happen with the clean water. Since we are using 18 TMC of water, we are also generating 18 TMC of wastewater. If you treat it similar to Jakkur model, you have 16 TMC of treated water. 15 TMC because of rainwater harvesting, 16 TMC because of the wastewater treatment. I have 31 TMC in a city where the water requirement is 18 TMC. I have the sustainable surplus solution. For that to happen, I have 5R formula. First R is a responsible citizen. When people are responsible, they rejuvenate the lake, I can retain the rainwater. And they will also allow the reuse and recycle of the wastewater. Otherwise, people write to me asking, why do you want us to drink sewage water, treated sewage? I write back to them saying that you travel with me from Mysore to Bangalore. You will see Mysorean sewage entering the Kaveri, and that is the water you are drinking in Bangalore. It's better to drink your own sewage, treated sewage, than drinking the Mysorean sewage.
Okay.
Sure.
I think I'll have to say a thank you to the panel and close it right now, because otherwise they will really start writing a memorandum on me. I'm really sorry for this. Thank you so much everyone for participating today, and thank you so much to the panel for enlightening us. I can see the crowd being so enlightened with the topic. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such a...
And another thing, you are all in IISc campus, rich in oxygen. So you can have oxygen therapy and go. You don't have to pay. Okay?
Thank you so much for such a didactic experience and sharing panelists that were. I would request everyone to be on the stage, and I would like to invite Dr. Nidhi to felicitate the entire distinguished panel. Can we hear the sound from the audience? Okay. To bring to your notice and your attention that the entire panel is present here. They are here till the networking lunch, so you can connect and ask your questions, your queries. They would be more than happy to reply to the same. Now we'll move on to one of the next important masterclass that we are going to have on the topic India's ever-evolving non-profit ecosystem, the trends, transition, and the road ahead. I would like to invite Mr. Bhaumik Shah, the founder and CEO, CSR Box, to be on the stage and take the master class and give the experience that he comes with.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'll come here for 30 seconds and come down. It's too large screen behind me, so I'll not set the context only because of paucity of time. I'm Bhaumik. I lead CSR Box with support from team members. Have been in this ecosystem for last 11, 12 years since CSR became mandatory, and before that probably have been part of how CSR law was being drafted in the entire feedback committee and other things. So whatever I'm going to talk about for next 20, 22 minutes, I'm not sure. I was allocated 25, I'll cut to 20. Everything is about what trends, what changes we have seen in the entire impact ecosystem in India. This comes from our data that we map for CSR, philanthropies, family offices, and entire ecosystem. Plus the personal experiences that me, my team, and the professional ecosystem that we had with while interacting with most of the clientele, most of the ecosystem players across India. So this is nothing about what HCL does right now. This is nothing about what we do as an organization. It's about how the entire impact ecosystem is moving. What are the trends and what we are foreseeing for next 5-10 years of trend line for different impact arenas. Bear with me, my experience will be less or lesser than, or even my entire lifetime will be lesser than sir sitting there. So please bear with me. What probably I am trying to bring here is totally on the basis of data, on the basis of experiences which we have, the real interaction happening with the decision makers. So it's totally on the basis of that. No, nothing from my side as a person, nothing from my organization side. Everything on the basis of what we are seeing or experiencing. Can we switch off some lights? Okay, perfect. I'll try to be closer to you. Many of you who have spent 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades in the entire ecosystem, you must be experiencing whatever was happening in 1990s from the funder side, donor side, whatever priorities were there from funder side, donor side, those are shifting very rapidly. And that's where probably the question that you, or reaction that you gave, that जितना आपका एक्सपीरियंस है probably उतना ज़्यादा टाइम तो वो पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का एक्सपीरियंस भी नहीं होगा. What I'm probably bringing here is that when you look at India's impact ecosystem as of today in 2025, and this is on the basis of recent data, these two circles, I'm not sure, okay, you can see better there. These two circles, let's stay here. These two circles that you are seeing, the larger one is the entire impact ecosystem of India. And when I'm saying impact ecosystem, every penny which goes for some kind of social impact or environmental impact work on ground. When you see the smaller circle within the larger circle, let's talk about what is non-profit ecosystem. How much money or how much funding is going into non-profit ecosystem. So what is the difference between the larger circle and the smaller circle? That's where you will see a lot of changes happening in last 5-6 years of India's impact ecosystem. One, many of you and Rohit and even Nidhi can technically agree with this. While NGOs are real implementation partner on the ground, as a non-profit, as an social sector problem solver or enabler on the ground, some amount of money is also getting diverted into for-profit enterprise which call us social enterprise, right? So they are a party to entire funding now, social impact funding, one. Second one, larger academic institution which has emerged in last 5, 10, 15 years horizon. You will see that larger universities which are there now, they get 100 crore, 200 crore, 300 crore fund from CSR, from different organizations, different companies. They have become the larger player in the ecosystem, and that's where you will see that the non-profit ecosystem is slightly smaller than the other one, becoming slightly bigger. Third one, government itself. And CSR, especially you go to any CSR head, they can really agree with this fact that government itself requires some money to fund their projects and program their own priorities. And sometimes the money is directly going into the government-led agencies or parliament-created agencies. And we have seen many examples where crores and crores or millions of crores going into technically through via CSR route towards this kind of requirement. So what I'm trying to say that when we are talking about larger non-profit ecosystem, larger impact ecosystem, we have to agree that the players have increased in the entire ecosystem. The onus of responsibility, who is doing what and how, that has changed dramatically in the last 5 to 10 years horizon. Since CSR became mandatory, because it's a pool which is available through the compliance route. It's a dedicated 30,000, 40,000 crore pool every year, which is available for social impact requirement. So there will always be new modalities, there will always be new player in the ecosystem, there will be new systems and processes which will evolve with the time. That's where we as a non-profit have to stay relevant. That's where we as a non-profit have to remain updated that what changes are happening, how we can update ourselves, how we can remain vital ecosystem of delivery on the ground. Next one. This is my favorite line, favorite slide, that if you think that doing good is a game right now, delivering good is a game right now, everything around the game is changing. Those who play it, those who create the game's modalities, those who operate on the entire modalities, everything is changing. When it used to be 1990s, 2000, you have a very patient donor. जिनके पास वो horizon था कि they used to have a horizon of 5 year, 10 year, 15 years, 20 years for transformation model. And this is not one-sided. उस समय community के पास भी horizon था कि they used to listen to for community same program for 5 year, 10 years without seeing the transformation. Now you go to a community, 6 months में if you are not able to showcase transformation, they come to you and say आपने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, 6 महीने से लगे हुए कुछ दिख तो रहा नहीं. So everything has changed. The expectation, the aspiration at the community level, the expectation and the patience the donor used to have, that has changed because the generation has changed. The entire thing Gen Z that we were talking about, everything is around it. So we have to evolve with the aspirations of the community. No social model can work with the 20, 30 years untransformed trajectory or having no nuances which technically align with the timeline, with the modern requirement. Talk about AI, right? आज जब हम बात करते हैं, when we speak today, the experience of fundraiser has really become irrelevant, or experience of organization who used to draft proposals has become irrelevant because AI has taken that role. And trust me, many of you will be submitting HCL ka grant as well. Many of you will be using ChatGPT to create the first draft. So the relevance of experience to draft better concept notes, better proposal has also become technically, has been challenged by AI and other nuances which are emerging. So the advantage that we are talking about, the number of years of experience in an individual, numbers of years of experience in an organization has become really irrelevant for us because of things, the way entire ecosystem is evolving. The way sector requires new kind of emergence in terms of technology, data, dashboard, which I will talk about in the next slides. And this is a shocker for me, Rohit, when we did this study last year. Traditionally India has been a family-based country where family takes decisions on philanthropy, whether it's about Tata's, Birlas in 50s, 60s, or whether it's about Bajaj in 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? Or larger philanthropy from corporate houses has been from the family offices or family-run enterprises. And this is still relevant. When you look at top 1,000 companies in India as of today, 65% of the CSR pie of India is still coming from the family-led businesses. Whether it's families, majority stakeholder, family-led or family-driven. Sometimes family members sitting in the foundation, sometimes family members sitting in the board or committee. So it's still relevant for us that we have to agree that it's being driven by leadership in the companies or promoters in the companies and how they want to transform the model. This is the same generation, this is the same family which has seen third or fourth generation or fifth generation now, which is being educated in Harvard or somewhere else, and now coming to India to implement something on business and social impact side. So what they experience in US, what they experience in their peers in other countries, they learn from those experiences and they try to fast-pace the entire process of funding to experiencing or expecting changes. That's where you will see lot of transformation happening in last couple of years. The way funding is coming, the way new CSR policy being drafted by companies and family offices. A larger pie, next one. Okay, next one. This is the number, 65% of India, 2,60,000 crore is the amount which we will see by March 2026 as CSR pie in India since it became mandatory. 62 to 65% really comes from family-led offices or family-led businesses. Next one. Now, how do these people who really decide about what we as a company will work, what we as a philanthropy will work, or what we as a family office will work, how do they really make decisions? I was with a large unicorn founder yesterday. They created a foundation 6 years back. They said in the last 6 years, I have done 3 strategic realignment for my foundation. And I said, why so? Because generally you take 5 to 6 year horizon when you create a strategy or a policy for organization. They said when I was thinking in 2027, 2018, I had a different horizon of that India has a problem of employability or workforce related issues. When I tried to go deeper, probably I found that probably this is not something which I can address through my own foundation. I have to get aligned with systemic requirement of and the way government operates. So I have to really realign myself and my philosophy and my organization strategy by 2021. And COVID also played certain role in that, revisiting that. By 2024, 2025, they have the third version of the strategy and policy in place, where they are saying that everything has shifted from just one lens of employability and education to now sustainability at the core. That how do I really work with sustainability at the core of the program and everything else becomes sub-component or cross-vertical. So things are getting impacted, affected or influenced by many factors. I'll go to 5 factors which are in the next slide. These 5 are ultimately the key influencer in how your funding is being decided for CSR, philanthropy or family offices. The first one is national priorities. When country as a nation takes some commitment on certain direction, everybody follows that because companies want to leverage government system. There is a pressure which will come from bureaucracy to political ecosystem. There are different other nuances which will play a vital factor. Then this will influence, while this will influence CSR bodies, technically the CSR decision makers. At the same time, the ecosystem has moved to the next level in India, where one phone call can change everything in the philanthropy. Trust me, and I'm telling a very practical example. I can't cite everything, but one phone call at state level will change the narrative or even the strategy of foundation. That you have to work for next 3 years on this. So national priorities become very vital for any foundation, any CSR foundation, corporate, philanthropy or family-led offices, that they have to at least park some funding for national priorities. When Swachh Bharat was announced, we knew that every company dedicated some fund. When now we have seen net zero as a commitment from the countryside, and trust me, this might be news for you as well. There has been industry target given by the top leadership that by X date you have to become as an industry neutral, carbon neutral. So probably these are the narrative which technically are good. I'm not saying it's bad or good, but probably from my lens it might be good because ultimately you are giving some timeline to even industries to align with certain global commitment. Other one comes into play, narratives from the boardroom. And how does boardroom get influenced? One, narratives which come in media, one. Secondly, boardroom has their own peer circle. The people who are promoters, the people who are billionaires, they have their own circles of influence. It can be Harvard ka professor, it can be IIM ka professor or something else. So they have their own influencer circle, or even top bureaucrat, retired bureaucrat, or peer-to-peer, corporate to corporate. When they meet, they start interacting and they start talking about what they are doing on social side, environment side. One person talks about water, someone will talk about plantation, someone will talk about employability. They listen to all of these people who are in their network and they try to understand what they as a company are doing. And something remains with them. Somebody said that for next 5 years, we really looked at as an industry, water as a priority. Then he will start thinking about why he is not working on water as a company. So that's where most of the influence in boardroom comes, and many of the CSR head will come to you probably sometime. Tell कि मेरे board member ने मुझे बोला है कि इस area को देखना है या इस water पे कुछ काम करना है या plantation देखना है उस geography में. So these are technically influential factors which are coming from some elements from some peer circles of the board members. And this will play a vital role. This will always play a vital role because this is their peer circle and they get influence with that, which is sometimes good because you technically are able to see that how your management is aligned with the priorities which are coming from leadership or some other factors which are influencing them. Third one, native geolocation priorities. A company which technically operates in certain geography, they can't ignore local problems because they have to remain there for a couple of more decades at least. So they have to solve priorities or problems of that area first and they have to take accountability for that. So that will always remain a priority. Once you improve your situation at your priority zone, then only you will try to move away from that. So for manufacturing company, geolocations will always be important. We have seen many companies which have manufacturing plant on different locations. They generally go with 80-20 ka split, 80% funding for our manufacturing plants, 20% for any other thing which comes from government side for other board member requirement or even specific cause or even disaster management type. So many of the manufacturing companies have this kind of arrangement. Net zero ambition, definitely whether companies and MNC has a reporting framework where they have to report to global headquarters or a company based out of India competing with peer companies across the world, everybody has to think of net zero now because every sector has given timeline, every industry sector by 2030, 2040, 2050, all of them have committed that by that time they will be net zero. So because of that, because of peer pressure and competition which is there in the sector, they have to commit to that. And that's where you will see a lot of focus on water, a lot of focus on waste management, a lot of focus on energy related projects and program. And this will remain a priority. And that's where the session that we had in thematic area that we had today. The last one is very interesting and probably some of you who have worked in a couple of large family offices or a couple of large organizations, you will see that many of business families come from certain geographies and they want to give back to those geographies. So sometimes either CSR or family foundation or on philanthropic arm, they will try to create projects which are related to their native geography. You will see that somebody working in Ladnu, like Piramal Foundation, giving a lot of attention to Churu and Ladnu area because their family comes from that geography. So this will happen, and this is technically their call that they want to give back to their society, their roots. And this will happen across a couple of large philanthropic organizations. I will not say in CSR, but at least philanthropic organizations, in family offices, this remains a priority. I cite a case where somebody working in a beverage company, a large beverage company owned by a family group, they come from Karnal in Haryana, and last 3 weeks, 3 weeks back, they came with a very specific requirement saying that because our family comes from that background, we want to now give back to that geography, that particular block in Karnal. We want to create a UPSC coaching center for those students, those who come from them. There are a lot many who are after graduation going for, aspiring for UPSC. So this kind of projects and program will come, which is very philanthropic and from giving back angle. Next one. And these are the 5 things. You pick up any project, probably for 60-65% of the companies in India, you will be able to apply 1 or 2 of these filters. And that's where probably those who are sitting here as a non-profit and who really do the outreach, look at their last 3-4 years program, that what lens they have applied. You will definitely find one of these lens in their entire programmatic design or CSR policy, or even the philanthropic foundations ka priority areas. I'll focus a lot on operating model which has changed in last 4 or 5 years, especially when CSR became, impact assessment became mandatory. A lot of focus has moved to theory of change. Earlier, between 2014 to 2020, there was not a lot of focus on theory of change. Now every company, when they talk about proposal, concept note, and they move to MOU level, theory of change becomes the Bible for them, that ultimately how things are going to shape up. And that's where it becomes, for non-profit, it becomes very important that how you are aligned with capturing data from baseline to monitoring to end line. Many of us are used to technically typical model where we go slow on this and probably take it easy. But these things are becoming very mandatory requirement. Companies with 10 crore ka CSR fund, 1 crore ka per project, they have to mandatorily go for CSR impact assessment. So you can't technically discount that off. So you have to have a very robust theory of change. Outcome and database mechanism is required across the projects and program. When we moved to, when we started looking at boardroom, what they are looking at, we found that impact is one of the most talked about word in the boardroom now. Because it has been 11 years of CSR ecosystem, companies have started questioning their own program. That have we been able to make some dent or some delta in the programs that we have chosen? And that's where the revisiting of policy for most of the companies is happening since last 1-2 years. We have witnessed that many of the companies have started re-looking at their CSR priority areas. Probably last 8-9 years experience tells them probably this thematic area is not working out good for them. So they want to pick up another thematic area or add more thematic area. Next one. Sorry, paucity of time doesn't allow me to go into each pointer. I'll go to a couple of trends which are very important for all of us to understand as a non-profit. And you come from a very robust ecosystem in South, in Bangalore city and Karnataka. Collective impact, what are the 5-6 operating models which we have seen have emerged in last 4-5 years, especially after COVID, and where every player in the ecosystem is comfortable, whether it's about funder, whether it's about government, or whether it's about non-profit, or even the third-party agencies. All of them are finding some comfort level in these evolving new operating models of social impact. One of them is collective impact platform, or we call it multi-sectoral initiative globally under that terminology. We have seen that many of the companies, foundations, philanthropic organizations have started coming together on one problem area in one geography and trying to address that problem area through a collective by 5-6 companies coming together, creating a secretariat model or some kind of structure which allows even to leverage government funding or co-funding. So this has become typically a new model. We ourselves operate currently Godavari initiative in Maharashtra, which is a clear case of multi-sectoral initiative, and I will cite this because those who really think how CSR really operates on multi-year horizon beyond 4 years. So we have companies which have come on board from CSR lens. We have few companies which have come from sustainability fund, not CSR fund. We have government district bodies along with district collector and municipal corporations in 9 districts coming on board and saying that they will work on XYZ area. Then on the top of it, there is a government GR in Maharashtra now, just 30-35 days back, which talks about the entire initiative and the kind of project interventions which are going to happen till Kumbh, next Kumbh, which is happening in Nashik. So this is clearly a multi-sectoral initiative where non-profit partners of the companies are also party to it. Government is a party to it. Companies are technically picking project-based interventions, while government is doing horizontal investment on different kind of 5-year, 10-year planning for infra which is going to happen, watershed structure which are coming from the line department. The GIS mapping somebody spoke about in entire conservation effort. The entire program is hinging on the baseline through GIS to hydrological assessment. So these are the models which we have seen, and probably even one of them is thematic cluster. India Climate Collaborative is one of such example, which is multiple companies, philanthropy, and a couple of other type of institutions coming together, including knowledge institutions, think tank, and academic institutions. So these are the emerging models where most of the companies and investors on social side find their comfort, because we all talk about we can't change, where we can't solve the problem, but we can technically fast-pace the solution approach. And when multiple companies, think tanks, expert agencies come together, the approach becomes very, very horizontal as well as vertically deeper. And this allows us to technically amplify the entire solution approach. Now, third model, anchor-led model, where one non-profit or one organization becomes the anchor of the solution approach and multiple NGOs join in that. G20 happened in India, and then one NGO was given the entire civil society responsibility. That how do you structure entire civil society response and bring them on board for G20? And we know that they really did a good job. So similarly, there is another model, NGO as a system enablers. There is Convergence Foundation, which works with couple of state governments as a larger system enabler. And they bring in another different non-profits working on that thematic area with their expertise, core and understanding of that geography and problem, and they work with them. But there is Convergence Foundation, which is technically working with government, that what will be the framework for next 5 years, what will be the operational modality. They work on FLN and other models right now in couple of states. Government-led NGO-embedded model. Now there are many other type of model where government is becoming priority partner and NGOs are becoming technically implementation partner in certain arenas. One such example which I have seen is technically during COVID time, where government set the priority areas and many of the non-profit came into the intervention model at district level, state level, where they said that these are the things which we require if NGO A, B, C can align with these kind of priorities. There is new area which we have seen in watershed in Maharashtra, where government is fixing certain responsibilities that Maharashtra's different line departments are going to do A, B, C in watershed. If non-profits are coming in different capacities, they can play this X, Y, Z role. So these kind of models are also becoming very vital, because government has also realized that sporadic work happening here and there on conservation, sometimes it's detrimental for the ecosystem, because nobody is taking cognizance of what is happening at the larger landscape level. We are looking at our village, we are looking at our tributary, or we are looking at our lake, but we are not looking at the entire watershed area, we are not looking at the entire landscape from the landscape conservation lens. So it really becomes sometimes difficult to apply that lens when we are applying micro programmatic intervention. And that's where this kind of interventions becomes important. The last one is circle of influence. There are many companies or many foundations which work on a thematic area, and they do interact a lot. We have seen many times that large philanthropy foundation or large CSR foundation had going to the grassroots level and trying to understand what is working in current programmatic intervention, what changes are required. And probably Nidhi is the best example for you, right? So that really helps them to understand, one, how they can think of some innovations in the model. Secondly, who are the other foundations, other non-profit, other larger organizations or smaller organizations which are operating in that circle? What experience they had in the last 10, 15 years of their journey, and how to embed their experience into the new model. So this is becoming a new philanthropic model where philanthropic organizations are going to those traditional non-profits and asking them, what has been your learning in last 10 years, 20 years? We are shaping up our new philanthropy organization. We are shaping up our new interventions. We would like to learn from you. And this is what we call it circle of influence, coming from 30, 40 years of experience of different key stakeholders. Next one. Okay, I'll skip this one because I've spoken about this. Next one. I can go to last slide, I think. Yeah, this one. This one. Okay. Coming from the lens of what is the road ahead for us and where we are seeing rising sectors of social sector, we are seeing that there's a lot of opportunity for us to get investment in climate action and nature-based solution. Professor Sir was talking about nature-based solution. This is one of the emerging area which we have seen that everyone from CSR to sustainability to philanthropy to family office, everybody is interested in nature-based solution, climate-centric solution, climate resilient projects. So if you are a non-profit which is trying to build your own capacity, invest in building your technical competency, because this is technically a sound job which is required on the ground to have some kind of understanding of nature and then deploying solutions. So if you are in that space, be in that space and invest some more energy and resources to build your capacity and competency. This is definitely going to be one of the biggest sector in India from here on. We are already seeing a transition happening from a couple of other thematic areas to climate-centric solutions. And we will see this pie increasing. Livelihood 2.0, which we call gig economy plus other employability solutions. Those are becoming, because this is directly linked to how India's economy is going to be shaped up for next 10, 20 years. So this is an area where government is also investing a lot. Philanthropies are mandated by even certain ecosystem to look at this as a technology-based interventions. So we are seeing this as a sunrising sector, as a rising sector for India, where investment will increase. AI for social impact, I think last 1 year I have never seen, like even I had to go to dictionary to learn about AI. But in especially last 6 months, the project which has been structured in this FY to here on, the demand for AI-related programmatic intervention, whether it's about education or whether it's about rural development, there is definitely a increasing trend of 20-25% increase in AI-based projects. And acceptance of the project as well, not just proposals. So there is a lot of opportunity for you to available to see what you can do through AI in your current thematic area. It can be even climate, it can be even livelihood, it can be even education, future tech. But think of how you are updating yourself from AI lens. Place-based development, how do you look at district transformation model? How do you look at block transformation model? I think this is a realization which has happened in most of the corporates and funding donors, that sticking to one geography makes better sense, because then you know the ecosystem, you know the people, you know the community, and you are able to do better interventions. So if you are sticking to one geography, stick to that and leverage the network that you are trying to build through government system to the corporate ecosystem. That will really help you with a geography, geolocation-based transformation model. Diversity and inclusion, including PWD, is one area which gets funding beyond CSR, because a larger pie also comes from HR and other heads. So if you are an organization operating on that, stick to that. There is definitely a good space and emerging area to get funding from philanthropies through CSR, through sustainability, and couple of even employee wellness related programs. So be in that space. I have been asked to stop, so thank you very much. If there is any one question which I can take, and then we'll close it. Yes, if you have mic.
We're only taking one question, please. Huh? Bhaumik is here only.
Yes, for next question.
Thank you for the wonderful insight. I have one question. How you see social enterprise in this place of getting a funding grants? Do you think that there is a place for social enterprise?
Good. I think they're already getting it through different models. Right now, our CSI space is more aligned towards incubation funding, incubation-based funding, where it goes to different incubators and accelerators through IIMs, IITs, and others. So if you are part of that ecosystem, it's already happening there through large funding happening from banking and financial institutions, funding happening through a couple of tech enterprises. I know at least 5-6 in my peer circle who have done at least 5 to 10 crore ka horizon in this space. Another one which we are seeing in social enterprise space is family offices and philanthropies are very much interested, because they see that there is a case to invest through database support system and for-profit model, having a sustainability. So there are many philanthropies offices, especially driven by current generation of which is in 20 to 30 years of age in large businesses like Ananya Birla to everyone else. They are really investing a lot in social enterprises through their own corpus, and they are trying to see that how they can leverage it for social impact. So from CSR side, while it's happening because the modality doesn't allow direct investment from CSR to social enterprise, it's happening through accelerators. But philanthropy and family offices are really investing heavily on that side. But again, we'll have to be very cautious here. We are in the mad race of startup in India, and we technically still not have a right ecosystem in place in the startups. We are still struggling. And one bad example in the entire ecosystem is this entire sector. So we have, that's why I think sometimes few funders take a very cautious step. They come into picture only when there are some other co-investment happening by other leading player. So if you have a leading player investing in one social enterprise, it's easy to build a case for that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yes. I would now call Mr. Robin Thomas, Associate General Manager, HCLTech Grant India, America's grant, who will take us through the HCLTech grant process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. मुझे पता है कि बहुत ही लंबा दिन हो गया, and I'm between your lunch, so भूख लग रही होगी. Everyone must be hungry. So we'll keep it very short. Today in the morning when I came, I was just using the washroom and I saw one person getting ready, and when I asked him, where are you coming from, sir? He said, sir, I'm coming from a village in Andhra Pradesh. It's a 19 hours bus travel he came in. So may I have a round of applause for all the people who have actually traveled from outside Karnataka, and a big clap for our Karnataka people who have welcomed us so warmly. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm suffering from cold, so in between if I sneeze, please excuse me. Okay, so I'll be talking about the HCLTech grant, our edition 11. I think Nidhi has already set the context. Our HCLTech edition grant, edition 11 is right now live, and we are inviting applications. And this is an online application which all the NGOs from all over India, if you're eligible to apply, kindly register your organization. You'll get a login ID password. With that login ID password, you will be submitting 3 documents to us. I'm not going into the website because it will take a lot of time. So in the website, if you go, once you sign up, there are 3 documents. One is the organization profile. Second is the project concept note, which is just a 1 or 2 page concept note. And the third is the documents. Now, let's move on to the next slide, please. So this HCL grant, as I said, we only have 2 objectives. First, it's an award-winning grant. Please don't, and in every symposiums for the past 7 years, we have been saying this, it's an award-winning grant. And you have to compete with all the organizations who have been applying from all over India. And this grant is only for rural development. So our first objective is to award the financial grant to NGOs who are doing path-breaking work towards rural development in the categories of environment, education and health. Now we have added 2 more categories, that is water and biodiversity under environment. So we have total 4 categories now. And the second objective is to publish these NGOs who have applied and who have reached till the sub-jury round, the top 30 organizations in that coffee table book. You can see all the coffee table books lying there, and all the NGOs who have submitted to us their incredible idea, innovative models who have been selected in these 10 years, they have been featured in those books. And these books are then disseminated to the government, to the corporates, to the agencies who wants to look for those organizations who are doing great work in their own region. So with these 2 objectives, we started HCL grant way back in 2015. Now we are in the 11th edition. Moving on. As I said, Nidhi has already opened the surprise that we have increased our funding from 2.2 million USD to 3 million, which is 16.5 CR to 24 CR. So we have a round of applause? Thank you so much. One person was asking कि हम लोग एक category और बढ़ा नहीं सकते क्या? So we have done that. So now you have more opportunity. You can put your proposal in biodiversity, water, education, health. And the winner organization will receive a 5 crore grant. The 4 winners will receive 5 crore each. And the 2 finalists who reaches till the jury round, they'll receive 50 lakhs each for a 1 year, I think 2-year project now. So yes, moving on. So these are the definitions. I think Nidhi has already, in detail she has explained it. And you can also go to our website and read about these definitions. These are not the full comprehensive definition. These are just an indicative list. There might be more, areas which you can apply, but this is just for an indication that where you can apply under water category, under biodiversity, under health, and under environment. Yeah. Let's move on. Okay, there is a eligibility criteria also. If you go to the website, all NGOs, if you can just read on all these eligibility criteria before applying. So these eligibility criteria are very important for the stage 1 selection, where out of all the concept notes, we select the NGOs basis 1, this eligibility criteria. The second will be your project proposal. We move on, and there are some prerequisites which you can read in the website. And these are the stages. Right now our portal is live. Our portal got live in the month of May. Now, our winners will be announced in the month of February, last week or March first week. It is a complete 250 days of selection process. And we have today some of our winners who have won this grant to share their experience with you, how they actually cleared these stages and what motivated them, to apply for such a great project which has won them this grant. Moving on. So, so these are sub-jury members who decides who are the 9 finalists who will go to the jury. Now it will be 12 finalists. Moving on. And these are jury members and they have been with us for the past 10 years now. Ms. Robin Abraham, she is chairing the jury and she is the longest serving board member of HCLTech, who started her career with Mr. Nada. Roshni Nada Malhotra, she is the chairperson with HCLTech and trustee with Shiv Nada Foundation. Dr. Richard Lariver, Mr. B.S. Baswan, Ms. Pallavi Shroff and Mr. Suresh Narayanan. So they are our 6 jury members who selects the winners of the HCLTech grant each year. Now, I would just wanted to highlight our footprints, like where are we, till date, we have committed 18.40 million USD, which is 152 CR to the high impacting projects, and 2.2 million lives we have already impacted all over India, covering 60,000 villages in 168 districts. Now, before moving on to the next slide, I just wanted to give you some tips. These are not like complete tips, but you will be hearing from our my fellow panelists while they will be sharing their experiences. But while we have been evaluating these proposals each year in these 10 years, believe me, there are only certain things which we look into these proposals. And if you can just note down these things, and it will definitely help you not only to write proposals to HCL grant, but many other grants which are available today in the development sector. The first question you should ask yourself when you're writing these questions, 5 things. I'll give you 5 things which you should keep in mind while writing the proposal. What, why, where, for whom, and how. If you are able to answer these 5 questions, you have developed a good proposal. You should be able to identify a problem, then address these 5 questions. And it should flow like a story. You should write it in a way that you are expressing yourself to the donor who is reading the proposal. And the second thing which you should also keep in mind while writing the proposal or concept notes, just sit with your team. Don't depend on the fund raising agencies. I will not say they're all wrong. What I mean to say is, when you write your proposal, bring in all your teams, your project team, your finance team, your the team who is on the ground, so one official from the government, so with whom you are closely working, one person from the community. When you sit, note down their ideas and ask them, if I am applying for a 5 crore grant, what is that you guys are expecting me to put to them? And believe me, you will get a lot of great ideas. And that, if you put down with the consent of all your team, who are also giving you the ideas, that proposal becomes a great proposal. So how many of you do that? How many of you do that? I want to see the raise of hands. Look, it's very less. Please do that. So when you write your proposal, consult your team. Don't just write a proposal, copy paste any proposals. You should, and HCL Grant believes, any grants, any funder, any donor, when they are putting up their money, they want to see what is that best idea, what is that best solution, what is that big change you're trying to portray in your proposal. If you're able to do that, you have a very strong chance to be selected. So work on that one idea, work on that one problem, work on that one solution, and work on that big change you are envisioning when you write the proposals. And for that, the first thing you should do is theory of change. How many of have you heard about theory of change? Raise your hand. Great. So theory of change, for the people who don't know, it's a complete description of your project in a very short document, in one page. So you take out one chart, एक chart ले लो, sit with your team. On the bottom line, write the challenges. What is that problem statement you're talking about? What are the challenges, 4-5 challenges, which you're trying to address? And keep your focus there. Put all your challenges there. Then, what is the solution? And in that solution, write down what all are the activities you are going to do. Then, what are those short-term outputs you will be achieving each year? And then, finally, the overall impact and outcome. And then, on the sides, you will have a lot of indicators, the key stakeholders who will play in the, in this entire project. Who are the key stakeholders? What are the small, outputs, outcome you will be able to achieve. When you are able to write this in one chart paper, you will be able to write a good proposal. Agreed? Do you agree? Okay, good. So, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so these are the key selection criteria when we read a proposal. And I will not say that this is what HCL Grant is using when we are reading the proposal. But there are many other criteria which other organizations must be using when they evaluate the proposals. But more or less, all the criteria are interlinked. So the first thing which we check is how relevant is your project, how strong is your problem statement, where it is coming from, how are you addressing that problem, how are you going to address that problem, what all are the data, facts, figures you have to justify your problem statement. So that is what first thing you should be very focused upon when you're writing the proposal. How relevant is your project? Second, what is that one innovation you're trying to bring in? I was talking to Rohit and on the backstage, and we were contemplating what kind of applications which we will be receiving this year. Because every year we receive good number of innovative proposals in the categories of education and a little bit in the health, but environment very less. And that is also one of the reasons we have bifurcated these, into two categories, biodiversity and water, so that we get some innovative proposals. So think about one innovation. It can be more than one, but you should have that innovative approach, an innovative solution you're trying to put forward to the donor. The third is how sustainable will be your project after the fund is over. Very few NGOs, they think about this thing. But a lot of NGOs, they just write 4-5 lines and they just leave it. But believe me, when a donor or when an evaluator reads the proposal, the first thing they see is how they are going to sustain this project. And this has got a good number of weightage. Then inclusiveness. How inclusive is your project? Like, have you included all your beneficiaries? That inclusivity should come in your proposal. Then how good is your if you are replicating this model, if you're planning to scale this model, how has been your approach? Like whether you are doing it because it is required or you're just doing it to put up a proposal. You have to justify. How are you planning to replicate your project? How are you planning to scale up your project? Then financial modeling, very important. Very important. 5 crore, if it's a grant, first of all, you should always apply for a 5 crore. If the organization is giving you 5 crore, you should always apply for a 5 crore. You should not apply more than 5 crore. You should not apply less than 5 crore. But if you don't have the capacity, that you will also have to think. It's a 5. If you are eligible, then you have the capacity. Then you will have to make your capable enough to actually, we have organizations in the HCL grant who were just in the borderline of the eligibility criteria. We have organizations who were like more than 200 crores, 300 crores, 50 crores. But if you see all the winners of the HCLTech grant here, you will see a mix of all types of NGOs. Because in HCL grant, we don't see the size of the organization. In HCL grant, we see what is that one idea, what is that solution you are putting to us, which you want to solve, and which you want to bring about a change in your society. So that's how we see a proposal and we evaluate the proposal. So to extend this, I would like to now invite my fellow, panelists who will talk more about it. I thought I'll just set the context before they arrive. It is my honor to invite first Ms. Jyoti Chararaj. She is the co-founder and managing trustee of Mekshala Trust. And Mekshala Trust is our Edition 8 education category winner. Their office is in Bangalore, but they proposed a project in Sikkim, and they have won this grant in the Sikkim area. A warm welcome to you, Jyoti ma'am. She was not well, but she agreed to attend our symposium because she wanted to talk to you all. So thank you so much. A big round of applause for Jyoti ma'am. We have Sunena. Hey Sunena. So Sunena is the CEO of Makla Jagrati, and Makla Jagrati is our Edition 9 education category winner from Bangalore. So we have a representation from the Bangalore, the winner from the Bangalore region. And it's my honor to invite Avani sir. Avani sir is our very senior advisor and subject matter expert in HCLTech India grant. Also, he is our advisor to the HCLTech Americas grant. Let me tell you, we have replicated our HCLTech India grant model now in 10 countries around the Latin America, where the NGOs from 10 countries, starting from USA, Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, Peru, Costa Rica, Colombia. So all these NGOs who are working, who are doing great work on climate action, and it's a grant of 5 million for 5 years, which we have committed, and they are also applying. So Avani sir happens to be our subject matter expert for the Americas grant as well. And last but not the least, our great Mr. Rohit Bahadur. So you have already heard him taking a session on governance. So they are our governance partner for the HCLTech India grant for the past 10 years, and it's their 11th edition now. They are continuing as our governance partner. And believe me, Rohit, Avani sir, they have evaluated, so many proposals. So now you will hear from them what has been their experience and, how they evaluate these proposals. So a big round of applause for all our panelists. So are you guys ready? Are you everyone ready? Do you want to hear them? Okay, great. So my first question is to Sunena, the fresh winner. Actually, I wrote down my questions. I'm very bad in memorizing the questions. So Sunena, this entire process of HCL grant which you have won, we know, and all the NGOs and all the non-for-profit organizations, they know how tedious it is. 250 days of selection process. Your entire team working on that, and we just wanted to understand how this grant has changed your organization, and also especially on the project side as well.
Thanks so much, Robin. I think a very, very apt question. Good afternoon, everyone. So Makla Jagriti won this grant a couple of years ago, the 9th edition, but we had been applying for it many years before, right? And for 3 years consistently, we also happened to be in the top 10. But I'll take you back to how Makla Jagriti approached the grant. For us, it was not like applying for any other grant. The application itself was like a project, right? Where, like Robin was saying, different team members came together and discussed, back to the drawing board, the why, the what, the how, for whom, and all of that. And I think the entire process, Robin, became like a capacity building exercise for the organization itself, because the kind of questions asked at different stages, because we went through the whole stages right up till the end a couple of times. I think right from the first stage where you're creating your concept, sharing about the organization, there's a lot of questions on governance and policies. That helped us review and reflect on where are we there and really bring attention to strengthening those policies and governance mechanisms. And then later on, in the stages, there's a lot of attention given to the metrics, the impact, the measurement, the sustainability of the project. So again, there was a lot of attention that we could pay to the M&E, the monitoring evaluation systems in the organization, and strengthen that. But I think the real capacity building happened when the SMEs, like Avni sir didn't visit us, but some of the other SMEs who visited us and evaluated us, and trust me, they're all very, very experienced people, and just the interactions with them in our office where they were evaluating the organization, and later in the field where they were evaluating the projects, I think that gave us so much, insight, so much reflection, and built our capacities that, we said next year we have to get it. And, the next year all the reflections were applied, and, we strengthened our proposals, and I think it went on, and we're very, very happy that I think finally we were able to really get the grant for a project where it was much, much needed. So the grant is supporting early childhood care and education in very remote tribal areas in Karnataka, and I think that is the core of the grant, right? Not like other CSR where they say office ke aaspaas hi karna hai. So we're happy that we're able to reach the unreached through this. Yeah, thanks. HD Kote area in Karnataka.
Thank you so much, Sunena. And there was a question from the audience that, nowadays donor wants to fund those projects where they want to fund. In HCL grant, you are giving us an idea, and we are actually giving you an award. You are earning an award. It's not we are giving, you are earning that award for your idea. So that's the difference between, what we do and, this thing. My next question is to our senior advisor, Avani sir. So over the years, Avani sir, you have, I don't know how many proposals you have, evaluated, more than 10,000 proposals, I think, in these 10 years. And you have traveled more than, I don't know, lakhs of kilometers to these remotest part of the country, where sometimes he's been traveling on road for 2 days or 3 days just to reach to that location, especially in the remotest part of the country like Nagaland and all. So, sir, how has been your experience while evaluating these organizations, and and how it is like important for you that winning is not important, but the entire process. How do you want to brief this up to the NGOs?
Thank you, Robin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think Robin has woken us up because he is very good in putting life where there is none. And just before lunch and just after lunch are the two crucial periods. So Robin has put us back on the thinking mode. Thank you, Robin. And thank you for bearing with this last session. Answering your question, Robin, it has been really a fantastic experience. It has been a fantastic journey and it is worth the while. I found that, the NGOs who have worked hard to put the application before you and before us, we owe it to them to not to miss even a single point. Whether it comes from a small organization or big organization, we go through each and every proposal very diligently. Because no one should come and turn around. It is our own ethics that drives us, number one. Number two, the kind of hard work which you have put has to be seen properly. So, we found that, the community-driven projects, where the community involvement is really sincere, they immediately put themselves on the front. Yes, we are good competitors. And second thing, the drive and the commitment of the directors, of the founders, of the people. And it is very visible because many people are dying to get your grant because of the name which it has created. Plus, they do not want to miss out on this competitive field. So they do their best. So those who are bringing everything what you have just told before this, asking the question, those who are putting all these things into that, those things will be obviously going towards the top 10. And third thing we found that, the challenges which is faced by some of these NGOs, like you said, if there is a 5 crore project, apply for it. But then the capacity comes in the way. Now just for the sake of writing, they write. Their capability is to implement project worth 60, 70, 80 lakh per year. But how to, for example, take water conservation. Now water is such a problem and I am thankful that you have divided it. Because everywhere we went for an environment program, everything started with water, whether it was tree planting or biodiversity. But most of the programs would come to the digging the trenches, digging the pond wells, improving the, water bodies, watershed development, but on isolated areas. Now to go beyond their area of influence, it's a challenge for them. And that is where they must work with the government, with the other agencies, and those who are doing these things, they were found to be, much more better chance to succeed in your competition. I will stop at this stage and then maybe later on I will come back. Thank you.
I think, I don't know how many of you are taking the points which they are sharing, because these are some of the practical, findings which they are sharing when they are writing the proposal or when they are evaluating the proposal. So sir mentioned about leveraging. I don't know how many of you have written that point. So how you leverage the resources which are already existing, how you leverage your other stakeholders are very important for your, proposal selection and all. So thank you, sir, for sharing those insights. So my next question is to Jyoti ma'am. So Jyoti ma'am, it has been 2 years. I think, that you have won this grant. And why Sikkim? Why Sikkim? And and your experience going through this process, because I know you were involved from the stage 1 till the time the winners were announced. You and your team, and how excited you were when you were announced as a winner. A state like Sikkim, a Bangalore-based organization working there, how has been your experience and why?
If you ask me why, that is the simplest question to answer. Because it was there. There was a problem. The problem was there. We had to go to Sikkim. There was no two ways about it. We had just begun to look at Sikkim as a possible underserved communities, especially with their languages. Now, if you think about languages, Sikkim is a modern society within an old-fashioned construct. When I finish telling you this, you'll understand what I meant. A modern society is young people who make their own choices of marriages. They get together. There'll be someone who speaks Bhutia, someone who speaks Nepali. When they get married, the lead language is usually Nepali. That means there's one less Bhutia speaker. And slowly we were seeing that languages were being lost, like Lepcha, Bhutia, all these smaller languages were being lost. And it didn't make, well, I'll finish with that story about a grandmother. If I forget, please remind this grandmother about another grandmother that I have to tell you about. So the funny thing was that when we went there, they were saying, we want to learn other languages and Nepali. And I said, but Nepali is not even an Indian language. It comes from Nepal. So why are we thinking Nepal? And they said, because we are beginning to lose languages. This was the department, the language department of school education that did this. So we started to work within that, and we realized very quickly AI stepped in, artificial intelligence stepped in, and it seemed very clear that language was what actually made us intelligent. It wasn't math, it wasn't geography, it wasn't physics, it was language. And if we begin to lose basic languages, I think we would be half the people in a very short time to the kind of people that we are. So it seemed like a really urgent need to put languages back. So we taught languages, and we suggested it to the department. And for the first time, I saw the head of a department of government school functionary smile at me. I thought I said something right. He was delighted with this. We said, okay, we'll try and get one language up. And he said, no, there are 4 languages that are dying. There's Lepcha, there's Bhutia, there's Nepali, and there is one other which slips my mind. It will come back. So these 4 languages were dying. Can you teach them these languages? Then I realized that we were going to be standing in front of them. None of us speaks even a single language like this. And that day, all of us in Meghshala that went to bed didn't sleep. We tossed and we turned, and there was this building energy within the whole team. And I could feel it. I could feel how the energy level came up. I could feel how the passion came up. And I said, guys, how are we going to teach 4 languages that we don't speak? And they said, you find a way, you find a way. And I said, I think I can find a way, but how would you find a way? And we stayed that day, we plied ourselves with coffee and vadas, which was bad for us, but anyway. We sat around and we talked this thing through, and in the end, we found this one person who was able to start it up. She ran this like a circus runner, she had 4 ropes in her hand, and she had like 4 lunging horses at the other end of it, and each one of this was a language, and she held this whole thing together, and she said, if we did this in ESL, this is what we would start with. And we said, can you do this in Bhutia? Can you do this in Lepcha? Can you do this in Nepali? Yes, yes, I can do this. Okay, so we had different people making these languages, and at the end of 2 weeks, we went in shivering. We went shivering not only because of the cold, but because of our nervousness. We went back to the department and said, would it work? Yes, it would work. Done. And we finished the whole thing, and we had this grandmother. I was walking down, so this is my grandmother's story. I was walking past the where they have these little kitchenettes, you know, and grandmothers feed people who go past. You can pay them a little bit and they're quite happy to feed you. She came racing down the stairs. She grabbed my hand and she said, thank you, she said, thank you. For the first time, I told a bedtime story to my grandchild in the language that my grandmother said it to me. And she said, I was close to tears because she understood what I was saying. And this is the power of languages. And we forget it, you know. So the drama of it, the passion of it, the rightness of it, the science of it, because teaching language is only partly language. The other half of it is the science of how you actually transfer them. So, yeah. Sorry, was that a very long answer?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much for that lovely story, especially the grandmother. I was just imagining that walk, and you know.
Limbu.
Limbu.
Limbu was the fourth language.
Okay, Limbu. Okay. So now I think you guys can relate, like, you know, when I was telling you, like, you know, how you identify a problem, how they identified a problem, then within the team, how they found the solution. And it's not that they have found the solution, with the support of the communities, interacting with them, they found the solution. And that's what they proposed to HCL Grant. And that's what it stood out when it came to us. Okay, now my question is to...
In fact, if I can just add to that, I like the way the whole thing is structured. It helps people who don't quite know what to do, like we, get into the structure. But bring with you that passion, you know, bring with you the wanting to solve the need of a community. And if you slam the two together, it makes the perfect sandwich.
Very well said, ma'am. Passion and vision, both should go together. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, my question to Rohit. Rohit, you have taken a very good session on good governance and compliances also you have touched upon. So apart from that, when you are reviewing, you and your team are reviewing the proposals in each of the stages, because Grant Thornton team has been involved from stage 1 till the time the winners are announced, because they are the ones who present to the jury, and along with our findings and everything, our team. So what has been your experience going through these proposals, and you know, any suggestions which you would like to give for the edition 11 right now? Portal is live for the NGOs. So we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Robin. I'll actually take a leaf of ma'am's book only, and I'll just put forward so besides ticking the boxes in terms of going through the entire process, I think that's very important. But what else actually strikes us when we actually see a proposal or we actually meet the people is that, are the people involved? So if it's a small organization or a large organization, is the founder involved and informed? So we've come across instances where we've, gone where people are speaking local language, writing in the local language, etc. But the information about these things are there. They might not be there in the right format, but the information is there. So it's very important to get a sense that the founder, the CEO, the board members, and most importantly from the process side or the compliance side, that there's a good finance oversight. It could be a person who's within the organization. So you see, the way you sense that passion in the program person, and I met the program person as well when I came down, the same passion to solve should be with the finance professional. Whether it's a outsourced chartered accountant firm that you're using or whatever, but when you meet that finance professional, you should see that same passion. It might be very difficult for people, and of course programs are key focus, so very difficult to associate with it, but some finance people are very passionate. They say, okay, no, but the Provident Fund returns also we are now doing in-house. Now, and they're eager to ask questions, they know about the law, etc. So that gives you comfort, because there would be gaps everywhere, right? And eventually, even with the winners, while the prerequisites are met, those have to be met. Eventually, what goes right up to the top, even at the final stage, are also some gaps, right, which people are reading. So the comfort level that you get by having that knowledge dissemination across the organization is very critical, in addition to making sure that all the process steps are covered. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you so much. That's very important. Not only the knowledge sharing you mentioned, the passion should flow in all the departments with all the employees and all the for the communities you're working upon. That's a very good point, Rohit. Thank you so much. So in the interest of time, I'll open the floor for questions. Any questions to the panelists? Yes, sir, please. And thank you for all your patience. You have been a great listener, and a big round of applause for yourself. Yeah, sir. Just a sec, sir. We'll take that question first. Okay. Okay, so Avani sir is representing the government, sir.
I happen to be from government in my earlier avatar, so I think I would venture to answer your question, sir. See, the programs which is coming before the foundation is quite large size. 5 crore means 500 lakhs. Now the project, particularly about water-based or tree plantation or environment pollution related things, they generally tend to be area specific and localized. So what happens, if you want to reach out to your goal, you have to take government agencies with you. It is not compulsory, but it will be good, because they are also implementing similar programs. So they have experience. Now, for example, watershed map. We went to Rajasthan for one project evaluation, and the whole thing was only water-based. Now, the first question we asked the NGO, have you done this watershed project as per the watershed map of the state, which is prepared by watershed department? And he surprised me by saying, sir, the watershed sub-director is sitting here. We had not been introduced. So that kind of leverage I am asking, requesting. That would help, and it certainly helps. But at the same time, there is a flip side also. That is, some NGOs do become the eyes and ears of government because of their long-standing presence in the society or whatever. So we don't want you to be that also. I think I would have probably replied to your concern. Thank you.
Sir, myself, Gita Vachaspati Sri Padmacharan Das, comes from Jagannath Dham, Orissa. Here 22,400 kilometers from here.
So, आपको तो ताली मिल गई।
मेरा पहचान है।
Very good, sir.
कि जो ओडिशा में ओडिशा लैंड रिफॉर्म्स एक्ट है, क्योंकि ये रूरल इंडिया का बातचीत हम करते हैं, रूरल इंडिया का। हमारे 297 एकर्स लैंड है फाउंडेशन के नाम में। हम 67 एकर्स डोनेट किया है, दोज वर इलिटरेट पुअर एंड पीपुल्स, डोनेट किया है। बट they are not surviving. They are drinkers. They are abolish the how we touch this area to develop the rural development and the greenage. 3 tanks है 35 acres का, 3 tanks मछली का फिशरी टैंक्स है, मैंगो ट्रीज है, लेकिन वो नहीं, वो सब दादन खटने के लिए महाराष्ट्र, सूरत और दिल्ली, हरियाणा जाते हैं. कैसे हम उसको टक्कर देंगे?
ओके,
बोलिए.
Want to answer this question?
Sir, I hesitate to speak to you in Hindi because I don't want to be disrespectful. So, if you don't mind, can I speak in English?
The villagers are totally illiterate. We submit the 67 acres land to her.
No, I got
She understood the question, sir.
No, I got your question. I'm just apologizing for speaking back in English. I wish I could speak better Hindi.
वो इंग्लिश में बात करेंगे आपसे, ठीक है?
I'll
मैम
just
प्लीज.
speak in English.
अब
This is
इसका आंसर
a thorny problem.
फंडिंग प्रॉब्लम है हमारा. हम तो सेल्फ फंडिंग है since 20 years back. Now I am 65.
So I can see light. I can see light.
ट्रांसलेट कर दीजिए इंग्लिश में.
I would like to say that we can help solve this problem whenever there is a problem like this that has been a problem for a long time. There has to be a solution that comes like this from another angle. You must look at the problem from another angle and see if we can get 2-3 different angles, and together we can sit and solve this problem. Survey, I live in Bangalore. If you would like to come, I'll get a group of people together. We can sit and talk about it. And this is managing people, their history, their needs, mindsets, their inability to get respect from other people. There are many, many things that go into this, and we can sit down and we can talk about this, and we can certainly find you a solution, sir. I'll give you my card when I leave, and I'm very happy to go through a thought process to get you the kind of result you want.
मैं जो ये आपको कह रही हैं, मैं हिंदी में भी आपको बता देते हैं. आपको कुछ कुछ तो समझ आ गया होगा, पर वो कह रहे हैं कि जो मतलब दुविधा आप देख रहे हो वो एक दूसरे एंगल या साइड से देखना ज़रूरी है. तो वो अपना कार्ड देंगे आपको और मतलब 4-5 लोगों को इकट्ठे बैठ के आपके साथ उस एरिया का और जो भी आपकी जो प्रॉब्लम है वो सॉल्व करने के लिए आपको सॉल्यूशन बताएंगे. ठीक है?
My emotion is already engaged because you said Orissa. My father's first job was to build the Mahanadi Dam in Hirakud. So yeah, so my emotion is already engaged.
Okay, so thank you so much, all the panelists. Okay, so this is the last question we are taking. Sir, we have. Okay, please.
Yeah,
Please,
I'll be quick. I'm Mrudula. I'm an architect by profession, and I'm representing Nisarga from Chittoor. So we saw that there's a lot of need for water conservation there in Chittoor area, and we submitted a proposal last year. Is it okay to submit the same, the need for the community with the same beneficiaries, or is there anything that we can change? Because I realized that ATG was one of the problem from our side. Maybe if that was a problem, there's something else, I'm not really sure. If there is a way that we can figure that out to really submit.
So I'll answer this question. So if you just mentioned that 80G, so that if you can just give me your contact details, your organization name, we'll get back to you whether it was 80G and if there is any feedback which we can give you on the proposal, that also we'll give it to you.
That would be great.
We'll give it to you. So we recommend basis that feedback, if you can then improvise your project, because now we have two categories in the environment, subcategories, biodiversity and water. Then you can decide where it fits in. So then, I think I've answered your question.
Sure,
Yeah,
I'll get back to you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Actually, you have an angel sitting right here. I remember meeting Nidhi the first time I met her. She said to me, "We want to give you the grant. Just stand there and work for it. We want to give it to you." There are not many funders who say that. So HCL wants to give you a grant.
Robin, hi. See, I'd like to know what is the process of feedback to NGOs, because many a times we write these proposals and then it gets into a dark and we don't get feedback from HCL. So we've been doing this on a regular basis and we do not get to hear from you.
Yeah, no, that's a good feedback to us as well. But sir, let me tell you, we have more than thousands of NGOs who are applying. Okay, and what we do is like we generalize all our comments, and then we give you feedback on the basis of where, what all are the parameters which we used for selecting the proposal. At least you will get to know those parameters. That is one. But if you want a specific feedback on your proposal, then these are the platforms like symposiums when we come. My team is already here, Rimisha and all my team members, and we also do help desk. If at that time, if you can give your contact details to us, like I just asked her to share the contact details, we will give you the feedback. But one request to everyone is and that is a request from our side, that take this feedback as a feedback to improvise your project, not to challenge us. Okay, so every NGO who's asking for feedback, they should take it as a feedback. Okay? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Last date is 25th June, sir. So, okay, so we have to, so we are here only, we'll take up the questions. I think, हमें एक networking lunch भी है, sir.
I come from a worst hit area district. It is called Sri Satyasai district. If you take irrigation, agriculture,
Sir,
industries.
if we can come to the question, please, sir.
Yes, I am coming to.
Yeah.
I am coming to. So, your projects and programs are divided into 4 tasks. One is water and diversity, biodiversity, education, health. But we have some tribal villages living along the ridge. Water goes away from these villages. It doesn't come from outside. So in such worst hit areas, we need all the tasks. For example, education, health and water and biodiversity. So in that case, can we submit an integrated development program to bring a change in these villages?
Yes, sir. You can put an integrated approach in solving your problem. But in one category you can apply. Which category you want to apply, you have to decide, because water is what you said. So in the water category, you put up your proposal and you can show it as an integrated approach while solving this problem. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Only before Robin concludes, I just wanted to share 1 or 2 new things which I have experienced with this, working with this foundation over the period. How the jury's mind works, how Nidhi's mind works, how people who are watching this entire process. When I said Nidhi means the entire organization, believe us, they have also taught us a lot of things, the evaluators. And 2 things she has already said, I will reiterate, that is gender, gender, gender. The projects which have gone to top 10 in the last 5, 6, 7 years had definitely gender representation in a very fair proportion. So that should give clue to you. And number 2, it need not be a very big project in terms of output for the immediate future. As she has already said, a research-based project, although research is not allowed as per the condition, but a research based oriented program or approach, which has little longer time duration than 4 years, are still welcome, and in fact some of them have won grants also. So please keep it in mind. Thank you.
So everyone, a big round of applause to all our panelists who have shared their experiences, and I hope this entire session would have benefited you now to actually write a good proposal to HCL Grant, and not only to HCL Grant, to all the foundations where you will be applying. So thank you so much for your patient being a patient listener, and now I hand over it to Rimisha, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this lovely session, and for the audience to be putting up questions and making it a bi-directional and communication process. I would like to request Mr. Joshua to come over the stage and felicitate Mr. Avni Kumar Verma. I would like to now invite Sakshi to please felicitate Ms. Sunaina. Can we have some sound from the audience? Now can we have Ms. Ishita Tiwari to felicitate Ms. Jyoti Tyagarajan? Next, can we have Mr. Prijo to felicitate Mr. Rohit Bahadur?
Okay, last but not the least, from here, we started our symposium, as Nidhi said, from Ahmedabad. Then we went to Jodhpur, Gangtok. From Gangtok, the first symposium was done in Patna. Patna. So it was in St. Mary's School with 10 NGOs, 10 to 20 NGOs which were invited just one day before. And we did the first symposium there. And from there, our journey started in 2017 onwards, this entire symposium journey. And as I said, we started our symposium journey for this year from Ahmedabad. We went to Jodhpur, Gangtok, Bangalore. Now from here we are going to Ranchi, from Ranchi to Pune, Pune to Bhopal. And then we are culminating this entire series of symposium in Delhi on July 11th. So I think we all deserve a round of applause. We all deserve a round of applause for all these symposiums. I hope everyone liked the symposiums today. I want a hand raise, clap. Yes, okay, great, great. So thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you, Rimisha.
Okay, thank you so much to all the dignitaries who were here to, be part of the symposium. Thanks to all the NPOs who have come all across from different places, because, on our toll-free number, we used to get a lot of calls that we'll be visiting from Odisha, we'll be visiting from Maharashtra. So I know that we all have come across from, traveling across kilometers to come and attend our symposiums and make it a great event. These are all the contact details, and you can connect on the toll-free number, which is available from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from Monday to Friday, to raise all your queries regarding HCLTech grant and its process. We have a dedicated HCLTech grant email ID, which is at the top, hclgrant@hcltech.com. and the specific email IDs where you can connect with your queries and your concerns. We also are going to conduct an online help desk on 23rd of May, that is Monday. So the online link will be also circulated across the participants, and you can join and raise your specific queries regarding the HCLTech grant process. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each one of the dignitaries and the participants who have come here, and now we'll head and proceed towards the lunch, and you can connect with everyone present here and ask your concerns here as well. The lunch is here on the second floor, so you can, okay, on the third floor you can proceed. Okay, thanks for being a lovely audience. Thank you, everyone.